Have you met the vagina whisperer before? Have you met the vagina whisperer before? Have you met not a pussy magnet? A vagina whisperer is different. It sounds like it's the same thing if you're making big assumptions. It sounds like it sounds almost like the same thing. You see, vagina whisperer is where you're exercising your brain to do gender reversal entrepreneurship exercises. Vagina whisperer is not talking to a vagina that's outside of you. It's talking to the pussy that's inside of you. Vagina whisperer. It's not about being a cunning linguist. It's about neuro linguistic programming, writing your first line of code to program your own brain. Now, this borderlines on a PhD thesis in gender studies, but don't let that intimidate you because I'm going to be delivering you technical content in a comedic way. I'm going to be delivering difficult to understand concepts in a way that it turns out you already understand. They're just not super well organized yet. They're not super well organized yet. How empowered do you feel right now with a topic that is not a taboo topic? It's really AI if AI were to be female. Remember, the future, it's female. Web 12, why is the future via vagina whispering? It's using tools that females have passed over. Let's explore a Jedi tool, email. Have you ever watched an Instagram short and then said, I plan on emailing the author, creator, video editor? Has that ever happened in the history of vagina whispering? Has that ever happened in the history of social media? Has it? No, the answer is no. Has it ever happened to anyone that's a woman on the face of this planet? Which is this: you watch a short TikTok, you watch a short form video content, and then you say, I'm going to email the content creator. That's Web 12, which is Web 2. Old Web 2 is I'm going to log a comment or that video made me feel this way emotionally. Therefore, I'm going to do something emotional, such as log in a comment. What we're doing instead of that is we're writing one line of code for our brain, which is if we were to send a genius email to the content creator, to the video editor, to the video maker, what would we email them? And would we write that email as if we're not only programming their brain, we're programming Larry Chang's brain, we're programming also our own brain because now we're in time awareness. This is vagina whisperer. This is every time you've ever walked away from a situation and said, oh, I should have said this. Or, man, I wish that baseball didn't come at me that fast. I wish I could have done something different with how I interacted with a baseball, football, or basketball. This is the time distortion. This is seemingly time travel. This is us jumping in deep, going face deep into vagina whispering, which is time distortion, time travel, Web 12. What would you email the video star? What would you email the video creator? What would you email yourself about a certain video? Videos are meant to, social media is meant to get you to emotionally react and control you and psychologically operate on you. I'm not going to recap all the various truths. You already know it. Let's springboard from that truth. You see, instead of emotionally reacting to some red pill, all of a sudden now I'm a black pill, instead of basically being turned into uh, that situation where your giggleberries and your twig are chemically castrated. Yeah, where what what role does email play in trying to reattach our penis? What role does email play, Web 12 play, when it comes to making our vaginas slightly more healthy? You see, these things sound initially crazy until you realize there's a problem. Testosterone is dropping. You see, there's a problem in the economy where women are getting fired in mass. A lot of my female friends, well, acquaintance of an acquaintance, they're getting fired. I saw that whole thing coming. Let's do some vagina whispering. Let's do an email close. So, this is how most people watch a video. They dip in, they dip out, their brain's broken. That's the majority of people. What if you were to mindfully affect your own algorithm by writing one line of code? This is the one line of code that you can initially paste copy, therefore write in your own brain, which is, what kind of video content am I searching for? What kind of video content do I feel like I'm in the mood for? What kind of video do I want the algorithm to manifest? Is it going to be something like two girls, one cup of yoga knowledge? Do you want to laugh and learn? This is the video for you, rewatched. Kind of like in the way that I reread a book. Yes, you can rewatch this video while watching this video a first time. This is how to take notes and put pen to paper. This is email closing. Email closing is where you're using a Jedi tool, email, and you're reading your own email that you're writing in response to a video that you watched. But step one of that is YouTube brought you an algorithm. You're now inside whatever YouTube's trying to show you. This is you conjoining what YouTube's showing you with programming your own brain. It's write an email. This technique is super similar to when you're upset with a family member and then the therapy says, go ahead and write a letter that you may never send to that family member that made you unhappy. This is exactly the same technique, but you're not doing it with a family member that you're upset at. You're writing this email, aka a letter, to a YouTube content creator that emotionally caused you to react. This is Vagina Whisperer line number one, which is the email close. You see, when you're able to close for a deal via email, closing for a deal via voicemail, closing for a deal via cold open, cold contact, cold networking becomes infinitely more easy. This is step one in vagina whispering, programming our own brain, which is giving the other party an exit strategy. You're not going in with your own exit strategy. You're letting the other person off the hook immediately. That's step two, which is being cognizant the fact that you're grabbing their attention and disrupting their day. In the same way that YouTube is using the algorithm to disrupt your attention and affect your day, this is how it works for vagina whispering when we get a sexual offer. Tell me this doesn't resonate with you, which is we're walking along and then someone interrupts us with, hey, I just wanted to tell you that you're incredibly attractive. And then my reaction is, oh, stalker alert, or oh, let's get out of here. What the person who's cold opening then needs to say is, oh, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I just wanted to let you know that. That's exit strategy. How it works for a phone call is, hi, Phil, it's Larry Chang. I got your number off of social media and I wanted to preview an email that I'm going to send to you. I want to just confirm the right email address so that way you can get on with your day. Do you see what you're doing there? Is your attention, interest, decision, action, your exit strategy is part of your interest. You're delving into her ability to try to mitigate strange strange people coming into their life. You're mitigating time that people are going to have to invest. You're doing a less than minimum viable pitch. It's similar to when people talk about an elevator pitch, where you're in an elevator and you don't have a lot of time to sell a person on blah, blah, blah. The concept for Vagina Whisperer is this in summary, which is we're all mental state wise, sometimes a pussy. And because of that, we need to address when we're scared and when we're able to network with new friends. Because because it's gonna be a new year. It's gonna be up to us. It's gonna be up to us to determine how good a new year we're gonna have. Segment two, cheekbone. High cheekbones are sought after from a facial symmetry perspective. Similarly, 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 VCs will use $1 million checks to tease you. Larry, how does that tie into cheekbones? You see, when people overvalue height, when people overvalue facial symmetry, and overvalue high cheekbones, are you also overvaluing a VC who's going to maybe write you $1 million check? And is that concept going to cause people to go bankrupt? Why bankruptcy? Why VC? Because when you get distracted by high cheekbones or ridiculously high cheekbones, you spend too much time chasing it, not enough time preparing to be chased. Cheekbones. Cheekbones meshing into humor, segment number 3. There's a new show concept that I'm launching on YouTube. It's called What I Learned on YouTube This Week. It borderlines on funny videos that I saw on YouTube. Funny videos I saw, funny content. So much of it is cute animals that should not be friends with other animals. For example, a beaver being friends with a dog. Beavers kill. Beavers kill more humans than sharks kill in a month. Meaning, beavers kill more humans in 1 month than sharks do in a decade. The reason for that, I theorize, is the fact that YouTube has so many cute beaver videos. So many cute beaver videos. And then these beaver videos, they get you comfortable with the fact that, oh, I saw a beaver on YouTube. I must be able to rescue this baby beaver in the wild. But guess who doesn't want you rescuing their baby beaver? The mommy beaver. And when you're rescuing the baby beaver, the mommy beaver, she thinks you're about to eat her beaver. And she'll do anything to get you to stop. Good-looking human videos. Animal videos. There are a bunch of videos that are like good-looking humans. Who doesn't want to become slightly better looking? Who doesn't want to become slightly better looking? What if you could watch YouTube videos to increase how good looking you are? That's actually a genre of YouTube videos, which is looks maxing. You watch YouTube videos and they give you exercises on how to look better. Looks maxing, cheekbone, boner finding, teasing you with, hey, would you like to be slightly better looking? If you are interested in this, I've got, well, not me, I have 3 videos on this. But Oscar Patel, he's got 40 videos. He's got 40 videos. He's got a slew of videos. He's got a slew of videos. They're all on looks maxing. Lift. A spam video advertisement. FML, lymph node, gyrotape, breath strips, lift. In a rideshare, you're not trapped in the car with them, but you are. When you are one-to-one in conversation in a Lyft or Uber, what processes is how can you in a conversation go from no interest in self-improvement or entrepreneurship to let's make this Lyft driver a millionaire. I hesitate here because tipping. You're damned if you do tip 20%, and you're damned if you don't tip 10%. What if you sat in a lift and then you said, what if this lift experience for the Lyft driver were more valuable than all the other Lyft passengers? What if you went from this video and said, wow, this is the most valuable video I've ever watched? That's what I think when I sit in a rideshare, which is I want to be competitive with all the other rideshare passengers. That's what my goal is for this video. Let's settle in. Let's settle in. That's the foundation for how we're driving goals, how we're driving our social media practice, how we're driving a toy drive. Segment 4, toy drive. This is the old way that a toy drive works. You put a giant empty box and then you say, bring unwrapped, unopened toys. Bring toys. We're doing a toy drive. That's the old way to do a toy drive. I should know because I ran the largest toy drive on the Western Seaboard. That was the old way. The new way is Toy Drive 67.0. Problem: no one got you a game console. You see, when you do toy drives, all the kids want is a video game console. That's what they want. How many kids get a video game console? Very few. Most people get useless toys that they don't want. It's to the point where the Toys for Tots, they'll actually sell the toys to make money, which is not good, especially if somebody donated the toys and then now you're selling the toys that we donated. This is how I found out. Ty Warner was like, hey, did you sell the toys that we gave you that were limited edition? And we're like, no, the Toys for Tots. Guess who sold the toys? Toys for Tots did. Toys for Tots did. Not good. Here's a stuffed animal. Merry Christmas, kid. He doesn't want a stuffed animal. So, here's the plot spoiler, is that a stuffed animal is actually layer 2 venture capital, which is you slap a stuffed animal on it and you make it slay. Remember, we're talking about a toy drive in the future, which is somebody gave you a dumb stuffed animal, they couldn't sell it, now they're just giving it to you. Do you even want it? It turns out you do, because you're going to use that stuffed animal to pump a stock. Remember, these aren't just jokes. These are real world best practices. This is how to do a toy drive as a receiving toy drive E, meaning you're the poor kid, someone gave you a toy that you don't want. You use the toy to turn around a company. Now, this might seem completely foreign to you because you're a poor kid, you just wish that your dad didn't run away because your dad currently is sleeping with strange women. What we're going to do with this toy is we're going to ask, hey, how does this Ram turn around a corporation? How does this stuffed animal Bumblebee turn around a corporation? How does this goldfish from the Y-Files, how does this goldfish turn around a corporation? Yes, the goldfish actually talks. The goldfish talks a lot, actually. We're repurposing something that is semi-useless into something that isn't tremendously useful, but is a business exercise. This exercise, the rewards are uncertain. This exercise, the financial benefit is also uncertain. You see, a toy drive is meant to give you a certain level of expectedness. Santa didn't bring you gifts, you're poor, you're in youth at risk. That's your situation. That's why you're receiving a toy. Ditto, Thanksgiving, you can get jaded in a hurry. You can get jaded in a hurry. This is how to mentally stay healthy receiving a toy during a toy drive, which is, what if your toy plugged into a future movie launch? You see, no one, and you especially, no one wants to go to a big brother, little brother, take me to a dark theater and treat me to a movie, right? You've all heard of nightmarish situations where some person takes you to a dark theater and then takes you to a movie, right? That's just your circumstance. That's just sometimes the darkness of it. What we're doing with our stuffed animal is we're connecting it to a future movie launch so that way the useless toy that we got, we're now applying it in a Toy Drive 67.0. Also, mentally, we're going to want to go from toy receiver to toy giver in 5, maybe 10 short years. Why? Because we're currently a 7, 11, or 14-year-old kid getting a toy. In the future, we're going to be 24, 29, or 34 giving toys to a toy drive. So that's the concept of a toy drive, is delayed gratification. That's the concept for a Toy Drive 67.0, is we want to go from receiving the toy that we don't want into doing a turnaround of the toy that I got. One, even though I don't like the toy, I'm going to say thank you. So this will be the first time in the history of a toy drive that you actually send a thank you. This is why white people are at the top of the food chain, why white kids never get a toy. Because they're thankful. Look at the white kids who get a toy. They're like, oh, thank you. They didn't even want it. They're just saying thank you because their mom made them. That's what we're doing as ethnic people. We're practicing saying thank you. There is no white patriarchy. There is only gratitude, and Caucasian people have wired gratitude. Look at me. I get to be the most Caucasian of Caucasian people because I wired gratitude. This is segment 4, Toy Drive 67.0. We want to go from receiving a toy to giving toys. That's the game, delayed gratification. And before you say, hey, I never had a dad, how do you know that I'm going to miss having a dad? I'm not aware that you can miss something that you never had, right? That's why you're in that circumstance. So what happens is when you don't have a dad, you get a bad brain. What happens when you don't have a dad is you don't have delayed gratification. What happens when you don't have a dad is you don't see, hey, my absentee dad didn't give me a gift. I now won't be giving other people a gift. But you're not going to say that because you watched this video. You're going to go from Toy Drive, a attendee to toy drive hoster. How do you benefit from It's All Going to Hell? Oh, this is some deliciously awesome stuff that we get to share one-on-one. Good job paying attention. You see, the economy, it's all going to hell. Stock market, fraud. Airbnb, fraud. Fraud, 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 everywhere. Social media, fraud. Her boobs, fraud. Those aren't even fake boobs, which would actually be more real. They're AI boobs. Done in post-production. It's all going to hell. It's all going to hell. How do you benefit from It's All Going to Hell? This is how. This is how. Know that my love for my dog, my love for his eye drops, and my love for you, that's real. That's real. I hope that this video finds you doing well. Let's benefit from It's All Going to Hell. How do we benefit? There's a video I did about needing a Harvard Law School degree just to stay in an Airbnb, where you need to document everything, you need an exit strategy, you need to wear sliding shorts for when you take a shower. You see, the Airbnb fraud is this. Your host is under so much financial pressure because when they bought their rental, they're like, oh, I'm going to need to rent out my Airbnb 15 days a month in order to not go bankrupt. 15 days sounds very reasonable, right? It sounds very reasonable. And now, vacationers have dropped off. People are screwed with only 5 days rental per month, meaning it's empty 25 days. They're only getting customers for 5 days. And then now they got to think about dropping the price. Now their economics, they're all screwed up. So, when their economics are all screwed up, guess how they're gonna make up the money? Using fake fees and junk fees. This is why every time you leave an Airbnb, you need to make sure you take pictures of everything. Why? Because they're going to say, oh, you left a stain in my bed. You left a stain in my bed. It's going to be $300 euro. And you're like, what? What? Whereas a hotel, they don't do that to you. When you check out of a hotel, you're done. Airbnb, when you've left the property, the checkout process has only just begun. That's Airbnb fraud because they're stressed about the money. That's Airbnb, which is you're going to need a Harvard Law degree just to check out of your Airbnb, along with being a crime scene investigator. I've taken out trash from my Airbnb just to have a photograph of, hey, I took out my own trash, I took a picture of it. Don't try to waste my time. I'm not going to say don't try to fuck with me, because they're gonna. But I'm saying I took out the trash and took pictures. This is not the first time that my Airbnb host has tried to screw me. How do you benefit from It's All Going to Hell? How do you benefit? You see, the evidence abounds. Fake videos, fake economy, fake gurus. Fake, fake, fake. In a time of fake, 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 all we need to do is just be slightly better. We just need to be a morsel smidge better. Healthy body, healthy mind. the healthy mind of Larry the Starfish. You see, Larry the Starfish, he's got 5 arms. There are 5 arms. And these 5 arms signify 5 components. That would be doing turnarounds. That would be doing Duck 9. That would be doing deeply understanding credit knowledge. That'd be deeply understanding capital knowledge. That would be deeply understanding venture capital knowledge. Larry the Starfish. Have you met Larry the Starfish before? Because Larry the Starfish, he's pulling triple duty with $STRC, $MSTR, $STRD, $STRK, $STRF. I bet you're never going to see Starfish the same way. I bet you're never going to see Starfish the same way. You see, Starfish is a speech. It's called the Starfish Story. And what we're doing with the Starfish Story is activating the fact that starfish that wash upon a beach have a story. It's Larry the Starfish. What we're doing with this concept of, hey, how do we benefit when it's all going to hell, is knowledge activating a JBA, a Jedi in Business Administration. A Jedi in Business Administration. This is why I have so much enthusiasm for doing videos with such few number of views. Because a Jedi in Business Administration is not, oh, if this video just reaches one person. It is not that. It is also that, but it's not only that. You see, a Jedi in Business Administration is the repetition of how you do a video where very few people are watching, then goes into how do you do a video when everybody's watching. Similar to when you make 300 three-pointers when no one's watching because you're in an empty gym. Or do you skip that step? How well do you take care of your dog? When no one's watching? How well do you take care of your dog when everybody's watching? If this is your 109th rodeo, you're getting better at rodeo. If this is your 270,000th time that you're acing, killing it, then you will benefit from this future truth, which is it's all going to hell. How do we benefit? You see, the Short Seller Enrichment Commission, they have this motto. It's called, I can bankrupt any company that I want. Is that some dark Jedi shiitake? No. It's realizing that the Short Seller Enrichment Commission, its job used to be, hey, you can issue this amount of shares. You can't issue more shares as the corporation. But if it's the Short Seller Enrichment Commission, you can issue many more shares due to collateral and collateral chains. This is, I can bankrupt any company I want. Number one, the naked short sale. I can bankrupt any company I want selling 669 billion Bitcoin, 669 billion shares. I can bankrupt any company I want Lather, rinse, repeat. I can bankrupt any company I want, hire the SEC chair who used to be the police, policing short sellers. I can hire you after you quit. It's called regulatory capture, where once you quit the SEC, you're now going to join the bad guys. That's par for the course. I can bankrupt any company I want. Death, meet Joe Black. I can bankrupt any company I want. James Ye, Princeton. Speaking of companies that are getting bankrupted, let's look at live action business case study 1459. 1459. This case study is incredibly pertinent and important. Pertinent and important, why? 1459, which is a live action business case study number. Live action business case study, LABCS. LABCS. It started with LABCS 3373, Jobapreneur. Short selling LABCS started with hashtag LABCS 1451, Overstock, Patrick Byrne. Patrick Byrne didn't want to go bankrupt. He decided to countermeasure the short sellers, causing a short squeeze. How did he do that? With a digital dividend. Have those lessons been passed on to LABCS 1452 GameStop? No. LABCS 1453 AMC? Not yet. LABCS 1459 MicroStrategy. Hey, that's a little too inside baseball. Hey, that's a little bit of a reverse porch pirate. What's a porch pirate in reverse? That would be a person who brings you gifts to your porch. You see, here's another problem that's an opportunity of it's all going to hell, which is problem. GNS is emboldened, has emboldened Ken Griffin, GNS, Genius Stock. That's hashtag LABCS 1460. Before you think, oh, you're just a random person on the internet spouting off random numbers. Have you seen those numerology videos where they're like, oh, these videos are magical. These are the magic numbers. These are magical numbers. I'm not going to repeat them. Because with hashtag LABCS 1459, this is the solution for the fact that MNAV is at or around 1.1. What's MNAV? It's the ratio of how much your stock is trading compared to how much Bitcoin your company has. Numerator, denominator, in theory, should be always greater than 1.0. But remember, the market, it's completely irrational. It's all going to hell. Let's benefit from it. Because in the prior segment called I Can Make Any Company Go Bankrupt, someone's going to try to push the MNAV below 1.0 down to 0.7 or 0.5. Have you heard of corporations that have a market cap of $2 million and their stock, their cash on hand is $3 million? Yes, you have. Have you heard of companies that are worth $5 billion, but they've got $7 billion in cash? That's what MNAV is it's a corporation with $32 billion in Bitcoin, but the whole company is only worth $26 billion. That's where the MNAV has dropped below 1.0. DoorDash. Next segment. Strap in. You see, DoorDash is an entirely useful company to study from an external API standpoint. It's also useful to study because everyone has some experience with DoorDash. The way that DoorDash started was by using an external API into 3 restaurants that didn't give it permission, which is Krung Siam, La Sultan, a macaron shop, and Oren's Hummus. Those 3 restaurants formed a 3-way, PaloAltoDelivery.com. That was DoorDash. The business thesis was, hey, local restaurants need food delivered. You see, with DoorDash and understanding an external API, that's harkens back to vagina whispering, which is you don't need to ask for permission to be in a business relationship. You just need to buy an 8-ounce tub of delicious Oren's hummus to sell for $18 with a small delivery fee, with a small service fee, with another small junk fee. So therefore, the $14 tub of hummus ends up being about 40 bucks. That's vagina whispering, where you start by saying, hey, would you like some yummy hummus? You don't even need to go to 325 University Avenue. You can just have this tub of orange hummus delivered for a credit card transaction. Would you like some green sauce or would you like some red sauce? Problem. People who work at fast food ordering fast food. You see, this week's sign of the apocalypse is, hey, if you're working at fast food and you get a free meal, why are you getting DoorDash to your fast food restaurant? Because what you're doing is you're flexing, hey, I'm rich enough to get free food, yet I'm only going to order DoorDash because I came into $32. Ordering DoorDash while working in a restaurant is quite the opposite of what 007 would do. Yes, James Bond. See, the opposite of James Bond is doing that DoorDash maneuver. But Larry, how do we become more 007? That's perfect because that's this next segment. Did you like that transition there? How to be 007. I've been sitting on this segment for ever, which is Lecture 1, CS 183B, Winter 2012, Stanford University. A VC goes, you know who I want to fund? I want to fund people who are like James Bond 007. Mentions it one time, never expands on it. I've been sitting on this for over 10 years. You're welcome. It's about to be an explosion of awesome. How to be 007, point number 1. How to kill it in any room, anywhere. How to kill it in any room, anywhere. 007 walks into a room and the entire room bends to their will. This is a skill that is not taught in school. Welcome to my channel. I'm Larry Chang. This is what they don't teach you in school. Instead of walking into a room where you are worried about your internal, walk into a room, reading the room, and asking the question, what problems does this room have? What problems can I solve? That's how to kill it in any room. It might be as easy as, hey, this party is a raucous party. There's nowhere for me to eat my food. I'm going to need to clear this high top table. I'm going to need to solve a problem. Number 2, ambient Nation items. This is where you're using the stuff that's in the room to solve problems with ambient items, Nation items, commonplace items. This is what I'm talking about. Being able to move a piece of furniture 2 feet, being able to take a plant and affect the feng shui of the room by slightly moving it ever so slightly. Most people, they don't execute anything. They see a problem and they look around for someone else to solve it. That's not what 007 does. 85% of the time, it's just already solved. Some people say even 90% of it's already solved. 90% you already have done, you just need to do the last 10%. Gadgets. So, yes, James Bond has the best gadgets. You do not have those same gadgets. But you're going to take those Nation items and you're going to, cheers, you're going to use green tea. You're going to use stuff that already is there. You're going to use the plant, the food, the hosts. You're even going to use pen and paper, a pen that you brought, paper notebook, something small that you literally pull out of your ass. You could pull a Tom Brady out of your ass. You could pull a Tom Brady out of your ass. You could. You could. Because there hasn't been a secret agent movie where the super spy does super spy work by pulling dog hair off his brush as he's doing a YouTube video happily with the number of viewers that he's got. Brady. 007, number 4, cold opens. If James Bond sees somebody that he's never met before, he walks right up to him and he cold opens. How well do you cold open? Or do you refuse to talk to any new people? Ooh, number 5. 5D chess. Okay, so 4D chess is regular chess but with time. 5D chess is being able to go backwards and forward in time. This is how to be 007. Because when we're able to say the perfect thing and never say the wrong thing, then what we're in essence doing is playing 5D chess. What we're doing with chess is we're not making ginormous mistakes. And what we also don't want to do is we don't want to throw ginormous Hail Marys, which is where we step into a situation and we say something completely out of the blue. 5D chess is saying neutral things. 5D chess is saying nearly nothing but with enthusiasm. Here's an example of it, which is water? Water? Really? Water? Where you're just saying nothing, but with much enthusiasm. it's hard to attack a person with saying for saying something that's entirely neutral. Oh, it's Tom Brady. It's Tom Brady getting brushed. Cowboy, cowboy, cowboy. Do you like the new setup? It's kind of got a nice vibe to it, right? The shoes might get me a sponsor, or not a sponsor, it's a sponsor, but more labeled brands we love. Brands that we love. Got a desk and everything. Got a desk and everything. Before I was too out there. Now that I've got a desk, I'm playing YouTube with all the things that other people do on YouTube, which is they get a desk. Ooh. They get a desk, they get a thing. Yeah. 007. He's always overdressed. Have you noticed that? He's always way overdressed. And so he never apologizes for being overdressed because he wears a tuxedo to go get a taco. He wears a tuxedo to go gamble. If you've seen people in Vegas, they gamble in like a tank top. Like they gamble in pajamas. Pretty, let me see your face. You're so fluffy. You're so fluffy. James Bond's always overdressed. He's always overdressed. Have you guys seen me on some of my live streams where I over the top overdress? Look at this cowboy hat. Actually, that's not overdressing. That's not overdressing. I am over green teaing though. Mmm. Delicious. 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 My new desk setup, it feels more like a command center. And then I'm rocking the unicorn, the backdrop, and then the backlighting. Number 7. James Bond, he's almost always double-crossed by his coworker. He's almost always double-crossed by a coworker. Hey, Brady, people want to see you brushed. Brady, if I pick him up now, he's going to be angry. Brady, you want me to... He's Tom Brady, James Bond. He's always double-crossed. He's always being double-crossed by a coworker. This is also what happens during networking, where your cohorts, co-inhabitants, co-party attendees, they will often be double-crossing you. Why? Because it's a disaster out there. Some people have the mentality of every man for themselves. Also, here's another problem, is that people don't have delayed gratification. Also, people have been spending too much time in front of their computer. That's why your James Bond's coworkers would often be double-crossing him. Number 8, how to be James Bond. His boss is a retard. How many times in a James Bond movie does the boss actually work counter to what James Bond is trying to do? You see, this topic, this segment, James Bond, which is segment number 7 inside of day number 27 of the hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl is your boss is a retard. This is also segment 1, vagina whispering, which is you need to be a boss whisperer. Yes, your boss is a retard. Look, James Bond, he's working for a top spy organization back when the UK was actually an inhabitable country. It's being rotted from the inside. James Bond's boss is a retard. We need to be able to be James Bond and talk to our bosses like they're retarded, but we're the retard whisperer. We're the boss whisperer. We're the vagina whisperer. Segment 7 is how to be James Bond. Segment 1, 6 segments ago, was hashtag vagina whisperer. Hey, Larry, how do you whisper to a boss? Do you even have a boss? I have a boss. He's kind of a jerk. I have a boss. Even when I'm on vacation, my boss makes me slip back and no longer be on vacation. Who's my boss? He's awkwardly good looking. Who's my boss? He's funny, but he's kind of annoying, and he's with me all the time. Am I talking about Tom Brady? Well, yeah, both the dog and the human. But more so, I'm talking about me, myself. I'm my own boss. Sometimes I'm not so nice to myself. Is this The Body Keeps Score? A new book? It is. Because segment 1 from yesterday was my boss, Larry Chang, giving me a task called, why are there no people in this store? My boss was solving a problem. I was Christmas shopping. So I'm Christmas shopping, and there's a store with no people, no Christmas decorations. It was lifeless. And it was a high-end furniture store. So my boss, me, said, let's go turn around this corporation. This company looks like it's going bankrupt. There was a segment I did earlier on it's all going to hell. How do we financially benefit? So I'm in this store. Let's call the name of the store something generic. Tommy Bahama. We're calling it that because that was the name of the store. It's not generic because it has a brand, but the brand was trying to be generic furniture. You could tell the whole store was about to go bankrupt. This is why segment 1 from yesterday was let's sell a sofa for $145,000. Cheers! We're about to become amazing via how to be 007, how to be 007, and how to sell a $145,000 sofa while we talk about doing a turnaround. Because my boss, he's kind of amazing, but he's kind of cracking the whip. So me and Tom Brady, we walk into Tommy Bahama, and it's a generic store with exorbitantly expensive furniture. When I say exorbitantly expensive, I'm talking about one sofa, $11,000. Do I look like a billionaire without a digital camera? Because I could just take a picture of the sofa and say to an upholsterer, build me this sofa for $5,000. Why am I going to pay $11,000? Right? Like, you have generic furniture. James Bond, his boss, was a jerk. I have a jerk boss. His name's Larry Chang. These thoughts are with me all the time, even on vacation while I'm Christmas shopping, with family, with my dog. Wandering into a Tommy Bahama, the place looks like a ghost town. It looks like the store's about to go bankrupt. So I execute a turnaround by asking myself the question, how do I sell 20 of these sofas? Not just for $11,000. How do I sell 20 of these sofas for 10x the price? Because remember, we're in a Tommy Bahama. It feels generic. When I say Tommy Bahama to myself because I'm a horrible boss, I think cheesy, expensive Hawaiian clothes for annoying people that came home from Hawaii that are still dressed like they're on vacation. It's winter in fucking Michigan and you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt? All you want to do is live like you're on vacation. That's the annoying people. Those are the annoying people that always wear a Hawaiian shirt. I am not annoyed by them because I tried living in California. I tried living Freudian. I tried living in Hawaii. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I hated it. So when people wear a Hawaiian shirt, I forgive them because I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to take the 1 week of vacation or 2 weeks because they put all their vacation capital into Hawaii. That's Tommy Bahama's brand in a nutshell, is people that are trying to have Hawaii between the ears all the time. They dress Hawaiian, they're Hawaiian everything. The furniture store is, okay, your Hawaiian shirt doesn't match your furniture. Your Hawaiian shirt and Hawaiian vibe, it doesn't match your house. Would you like a couple of Tommy Bahama pieces of furniture to remind yourself that you'd rather be in Hawaii? Thus the store. But when you walk into the store now, because guess what? They weren't selling enough Hawaiian furniture. They decided to try to get a bigger market, a mass market. When they're trying to get away from their brand and go mass market, guess what happens? You go bankrupt. I can't help it, okay? I have a horrible boss. He's constantly reminding me, hey, is this company going bankrupt? Because they didn't have Hawaiian shit in the Tommy Bahama furniture store. Also, death knell, they did not have a flagship piece of furniture. Ralph Lauren, okay? Every piece of furniture at Ralph Lauren is a rebranded Henredon piece that is a flagship piece of Ralph Lauren furniture. I'm not even in interior design. I'm not even a furniture broker. This isn't even my world. I just have a boss named Larry Chang that is constantly thinking about turnarounds, always on the lookout for, hey, is this company going bankrupt? Let's try to help this company not go bankrupt. Enter the $145,000 sofa. You see, this sofa, if this sofa were outdoors, a white sofa, rich people would say to other rich people, oh my God, is this sofa always out here? I got this idea from watching for 2 milliseconds one of those spam video ads for, hey, look at my outdoor patio. And their outdoor patio, it never has patio furniture. Their outdoor patio has opulent indoor furniture. Put a pin in that. The best hotels that you stay at, the best hotels, what we're talking about is stuff they don't teach you in school. The best hotels have an outdoor component inside of the hotel. They've got like a little river, like a literal river. Some hotels have a tree inside. In fact, you kind of need to at least have some kind of tree inside. That's the opulence of plants. Plants typically grow outside, but then when you have a green wall that's growing inside, you're bringing the outside in, and then opulence and luxury is when you take the inside outside. So, how do you take the inside outside? That would be with a plush white piece of furniture. A plush white piece of furniture, that's Tommy Bahama. Do they have a plush white piece of furniture? No. There is no white furniture. There's no outdoor furniture. I mean, they have outdoor furniture, but it's generic outdoor furniture. Generic, generic, generic. Their company's going to go bankrupt. What did I do? I solved it by telling the assistant manager, hey, this is what I would do if I managed this corporation as a turnaround. Let's go from 14, $16 million a year, dropping down to $9 million a year in revenue. Let's do $40 million with one shopping trip, which is my boss. He's kind of a horrible boss. Me, I'm my own boss. On vacation, I don't go back till June 7. December 24, I am itching to go back to work because I haven't been at work in forever. Doing a turnaround of Tommy Bahama, segment 1 yesterday, how to sell a piece of furniture for $145,000, talking to Maureen, who was the assistant manager, joking about selling a sofa. The jokes rolled down the hill, kind of like Warren Buffett's Snowball. 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 Get it? My dog looks like episode 1, season 1, Snowball. Snuffles. Snowball was his slave name. Snuffles was his non-slave name. Episode 1, season 1, Rick and Morty. Remember, I have a horrible boss. This is where the dog becomes the boss. Where we are our own boss, and we can only get to financial freedom if we manage our inner boss. This is me managing my inner boss at a Tommy Bahama cathartically, which is not beating myself up for needing to just pop a chill pill and be on vacation. It's leaning into it with, let's turn around Tommy Bahama, the furniture store, which I'm positive is incorporated separately from the clothing store. It's about to go bankrupt. I came up with 2 flagship items. Item 1 is the $145,000 outdoor sofa. What? Why would anybody pay this much money? You see, being able to sell stuff to rich people is, to me, straightforward. Because selling a $145,000 sofa to poor people, they're not going to want 10 easy payments of $14,500. That's just not on their radar. In fact, that's a hilarious joke, more funny than I care to admit. This is K-shaped economy. This is best of times, worst of times. This is the most useful macro, which is macroeconomic, micro, which is microeconomic, which is we don't want to buy the sofa. for $145,000. We want to sell one sofa for $145,000 and then buy it for $11,000. That is how to turn around the corporation called Tommy Bahama 12-person sofa. Every piece of outdoor furniture right now has got the wicker with the fabric. Wicker is this, it's not regular wicker, it's expensive AF wicker, which isn't that expensive because it's old by now. And there's knockoff versions of it. They sell it at Walmart. This is what they call furniture disparity, which is similar to how there's parity. That's the word. There's furniture parity, which is you'll get rich people buying shit at Target for outdoor furniture. It's just not a signature piece. It's okay. And sometimes the furniture is built in. So, two flagship pieces. One is the 145K sofa. The next flagship piece, after we sell 20 of the flagship sofas, do you see how this plan from segment 1 yesterday, this is what you can do as co-turnaround for you and I turning around Tommy Bahama, because the second flagship item teaser is a $145,000 horsehair bed. It's a bed made of horsehair. It's a mythical piece of furniture that all furniture salespeople understand, that this bed sells for more than $100,000. Put a pin in that because that's on the roadmap, the product roadmap. Oh, I can't leave to go on vacation because Dan Olson's book, it lives inside my head. Chapter 11, Chapter 9, Step 6, the product roadmap. Step 1 is you take an existing $11,000 piece of furniture and you reupholster it with sun-resistant fabric. There have been sun-resistant fabrics for 20 years. They always have a brand new name. Suntastic, Sunorific, Suncum. It's always some kind of sun pun for the fabric. Larry, does this fabric even work? Oh yeah. I bought a $1,100, no, a $5,000 patio set, and I'm like, there's no way that this fabric, because this fabric, it looked like it was going to, it looked like it was indoor fabric. True story, it looked new for over a decade. It looked brand new. That's the kind of fabric that we're using for this indoor sofa. You just get it in white. Larry, why would people buy it? They would buy it because it's going to be sold out. Larry, what's step 1? Well, we already have been doing step 1. Step 1 was an external API. Larry, what's the next step in the sales process? It's to sell one. Selling one is almost impossible to do. It's almost impossible. And with a $145,000 sofa, selling one is going to be hard. What technique would I do to sell one? Well, it's the same technique that I would do for yesterday's segment number 2, selling a $145,000 sofa, which is, Larry, how do I sell blank books on Amazon? Because the way to sell a blank book on Amazon is to sell a sofa, which is an LCRRM, a Larry Chang reverse rebate model. You see, you sell the first two sofas for $140,000, $145,000 to celebrities or rich people. If you post a selfie of you sitting on my Tommy Bahama 12-person sofa, aka my TB 12-person sofa, you like what I did there? It seats 12 people and its initials are Tommy Bahama. Am I going to sell a Tommy Bahama sofa to Tom Brady for $145,000? I think I just did. Because if you do one podcast from your white sofa outdoors, people are going to be like, did you just put indoor furniture outdoors? Is that how rich you are? Because it's going to get ruined. Some people won't even let me fuck on the white sofa. Like, you could just clean it. Do people not know upholstery stains? Selling one sofa. If you do one podcast, you don't even need to do the whole podcast on the sofa. I just need two pieces of social media from this white sofa outdoors. That's it. If you post one piece of social media, I will give you $72,500 back. You see, the whole sofa is $145,000. Post two pictures and I will refund all $145,000 back. Selling the first two, now you can say Tom Brady and Matthew McConaughey, they're my first two customers. We're only going to make 20 of these. If you smash by and put a deposit down of $50,000, in 6 years, I will reupholster your whole sofa set for free. But remember, we're only going to sell 20 of these, and if you don't put the deposit down or pay cash up front for it, you're going to lose this offer. The first 5 people are going to get a free reupholstery. You see, that would be the turnaround, because after you sell the first 2, selling 3 through 20 is easy. After you market sold out at, let's say, selling 16 or 20, after you mark that thing sold out, that's when selling it becomes even easier. That's when selling it becomes even easier. That's when selling it becomes even easier. I. That's when selling becomes even easier, because we first got our sales experience at the Daily Illini. So, Larry, how does selling $145,000 sofa work? How does selling it work? You put a sidewalk sign in front of the Tommy Bahama store with a roped off velvet rope sofa that says, from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock on Friday night, pop in to take a selfie on our marquee sofa. Do you see how we're using this sofa that is already at Tommy Bahama, and we're creating a buzz around it. This is the same sofa that famous people have sat on to pop a selfie. Now you rope it off because every piece of furniture you can just go plop your butt in, fart, or take a nap in. That's not good. To have a velvet rope around it while letting people sit on it as if it's museum furniture, that's doing a turnaround of Tommy Bahama. Sorry, the sofa's sold out. We don't know if we're going to be doing it again, but feel free to take a selfie on it. Sorry, it's sold out at any price. It used to sell for $145,000. Sorry, we're sold out. We have a new flagship piece, which is our $145,000 bed called a dog and pony bed. Remember, is how to be 007. If you look at social media and Google the name Larry Chang, you'll see that I went ahead and actually did 007 work while letting other people say 007. That's not possible. That's the webpage on Quora. Why is Larry Chang so strange? It's because I'm showing you how to do 007 work. The dog and pony bed. 007. 007 meets segment 7 today meets segment 1 yesterday, which is the dog and pony bed. What's a dog and pony bed? It's a bed that's Tommy Bahama. It's got horsehair. You see, rich people, not me. I don't let my dog sleep in bed. But rich people, they always have a dog in their bed. I think it's gross. But no judgments. You bought the bed for $145,000. Do you know about a horsehair bed? I used to not believe that a bed could be over $30,000. I'm like, no. Like, first of all, mattress companies, they're all scams. It only costs like $50 to make a mattress. So that's why those $2,000 mattress stores, they're kind of money laundering operations, kind of. So when I first started to begin to, because remember, in Silicon Valley, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. So this bed is actually $145,000. Dog and pony bed, Tommy Bahama. Segment 7 today, 007. Segment 1 yesterday, me on vacation selling a bed for $145,000, making jokes. And then while I'm at the Nordstrom eating food with my dog Tom Brady, not eating food, I sell a bed. This is why I can't go on vacation. This is why I can't go on vacation. So then I round trip back to Tommy Bahama. I can't go on vacation. I'm always working because my vocation is my vacation, which is why that's pretty funny too. Am I just in a really good mood today or cuz normally I hate comments. Oh my god. This new this new this new 2026 2026 days of Christmas. You're my third favorite Asian cowboy. I mean, that's funny. Two girls, one bed, 30K. That's funny too. Silicon Valley. She says she spent 30 grand on a bed. This is one girl, one bed. Do you want to come over? I have a horsehair bed. You can't even make that up. You can't even make that up. While buying me dinner at Evia. You can't make that up. It just sounds so fictional that it can't be real. So I'm like, come on. Come on. A $30,000 bed? Like it's you got scammed, okay? I get it. You're rich. I'm saying this to the girl. But you got scammed, okay? I'm not going to say I had poverty mindset. I'm just going to say I didn't understand what a horsehair mattress was. Think about the fact that Tommy Bahama, as a store, they don't even sell a bed. They sell everything but the bed. I understand why. I understand why. Because they don't want to be a schemy, scammy mattress company. Oh, no, no, no. This is definitively, that's when you know, because this is how most people lie. Most people lie to have it be somewhat believable. But this is completely unbelievable, which is one, she was hot. Two, she was talking about her horsehair bed, not talking about how much it cost because she's embarrassed about spending $30,000 for a bed. Oh, yeah. Uh, uh, Jugad, okay? That whole Jugad, Jugaad. Indian Pakistani people, they don't believe anything, which is why this video, it's going to become amazing. More so. Tommy Bahama flagship bed, $145,000, aka the dog and pony bed. We're not calling it the unicorn bed. The dog and unicorn bed. This bed, it's like sleeping on a cloud. Horsehair mattress. The breathability of natural fibers. This is why animals like to sleep on hay. A hay bed doesn't quite work, or else people would do it. A horsehair mattress, once you sleep on a horsehair mattress, you will forever remember sleeping on a $30,000 bed made of horsehair. One, it's cool in the summer. Two, it's warm in the winter. It's magical. It's magically temperature controlled. Horsehair, a horsehair mattress. A horsehair mattress bed cannot be more on brand for Tommy Bahama. There cannot be anything more on brand. There cannot. This is how to take a four-store company that's, if we're going to be honest, on the brink of going bankrupt. On the brink of going bankrupt. Two 16 to 20 stores doubling or tripling revenue with two flagship products. Two flagship products. What we're talking about here is we're talking about being James Bond. What we're talking about here is walking into a store during Christmas shopping, looking at that store going, are you guys about to go bankrupt? Is the store even open? Is the store even open? 007, not sleeping with the female employees on the premises, but vagina whispering to their business brain, have you thought about doubling the revenue of your store? So I'm not going to address the question of that when you're coming from a location where the poop, it doesn't go down a toilet into plumbing. I had no idea that your country was like that. I thought people were lying about how dirty it was. I had no idea. I had no idea. So, what we're talking about is extreme wealth. We're also talking about extreme poverty. This is you going from Raj the. This is how we're going from Raj the. You were born in Arizona. You were born in Scottsdale. You were born in Mesa. You were born in Chandler. Zero way. Zero way. So, what we're doing is we're turning around. Do you guys have a Tommy Bahama in Scottsdale Fashion Square? Do you see how I am the Pakistani Indian whisperer? Because I'm about to go from worst cast to best cast. No way. No way. Come on. So the other thing I didn't really realize was the mentality of an immigrant, where do you name your child, hey, we're staying in America, you're born in America, we're never going back, we're burning the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, we're here in America, let's name our little baby Lawrence, and let's not even give him a Chinese name. Let's just make him the whitest baby that we can make. I used to think this. Have you been to my YouTube session called Things I Used to Think? I should do that again. People love that segment. Okay, so instead of arguing, oh, we'll argue too. What could I do to make this channel more consumable? You know what? We're not trying to make people consumable. We're not trying to be mass market. Oh my god, I just made a Tommy Bahama mistake because I was talking to a retard, right? Raj, you're a retard. I was talking to Raj the retard, and Raj was mentoring me because Raj, you're my mentor. I almost asked the question, how do I be more mass market? Because I remember a video that I did called Things That I Used to Think. And those got over 1,000 views. This video is going to maybe do 300. I know, what the hell? Which is, I asked the question that Tommy Bahama almost asked, which is, how do I get to be more mass market? I do not want to be more mass market. I want to focus on how to be 007. Let's delve into 30, not 30K for a mattress. Let's explore 30 unpopular, counterintuitive, nearly crappy truths that are all true. Because that's my channel. We're not here to make everyone happy. We're here to make 3 in 7 people insanely more wealthy. Things I used to think, which is us going from enemy to friend. We're not fighting. We're about to become something amazing, which is things I used to think. Forget about Stanford for a second. Forget about Y Combinator, which is the other two institutions of Silicon Valley. To repeat, Stanford University, institution of Silicon Valley. The moose, the the deer, the deer who's pretty and says stuff like, "Y Combinator is the most interesting thing that you'll ever do in your life." And then the unicorn, that's Larry Chang. Very funny. I'm really enjoying the comments. I'm actually really enjoying the comments. And I enjoy your comments too, Raj, from North Carolina, who's not Indian Pakistani, who lives in Arizona. Answer the question. Is there a Tommy Bahama furniture store at Scottsdale Fashion Square? Because you know how, like, in Scott, well, actually, you don't know because you're not in Arizona, which is, do you know those luxury, furniture brands that are right by Scottsdale Airport? You know, where rich billionaire dudes fly in. So you fly into the airport, and then there are all these furniture stores right by Scottsdale Airport. Is there a Tommy Bahama? Because I'm positive that they sell horsehair beds. Let's not argue. Let's make 2 to 3 people amazingly wealthy for $0. You don't need to wait for me to host a Patreon, okay? This is the Patreon, which is segment 7, how to be 007. Segment 7. Your boss, he's retarded. Sometimes my audience members make me ask retarded questions. I almost asked Raj, hey, what should I do to be more popular? That's not the right question. That's the wrong question that Tommy Bahama asked, which is, hey, no one's buying my Tommy Bahama furniture. How do I be less Tommy Bahama and more generic? This is what I discovered. This is things that I used to think. I used to think that trying to be popular would make you more popular. But then I had a 3-way when I was way under 22 years old, and I realized that you can just do you and then be popular because you're good, and they'll just make themselves like you. That's why this channel has a different feel to it, which is Lecture 1, Stanford, CS 183B, Sam Altman. Sam Altman is the deer who says random deer shit, which is YC. It's the most interesting thing you'll ever do in your life. What? What? Whatever. 3 institutions of Silicon Valley. Y Combinator, Stanford University, Larry Chang. True story. Larry Chang, 3rd institution of Silicon Valley. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. 007, Lecture 1. Sam Altman, co founder of ChatGPT, said, Lecture 1, as a founder, you just need to be more James Bond. Never addressed it again. Never addressed it again. Cool. No, there is no Tommy Bahama in China. But if there were, that store would sell. Oh my God. That's the genius thing. That's the genius thing. That's the genius thing. See, you're trying to be a dick by asking, is there a Tommy Bahama in China? That's how to double the revenue. That's how to double the revenue. Because that's how to double the revenue. See, you're trying to be antagonistic, but I'm taking that hate energy and turning it into money. Because Tommy Bahama would never think about China. They would never think about it. Good job, you. I'm honored at how genius that is. Honored. Honored so much, I'm going to take more notes than you. True story, in China or Japan, I can't tell the difference between the two. Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's an American brand. Kentucky is a state in America. Welcome to America. I'm the number one American in America. Kentucky Fried Chicken in Japan, China, I don't know which. This is the marketing plan. Turkey is unavailable. Would you like to eat a piece of chicken? They sell more Kentucky Fried Chicken in Japan, China in one day than they do in America all year. Why? Because Japan, China somehow got tricked into buying Kentucky Fried Chicken. Wendy's tried to do the same thing overseas. Wendy's can't sell their way out of a wet paper bag. Tommy Bahama in China, that's genius. Because those rich people, they're going to want to buy a $145,000 sofa. They're going to, and then if one Chinese celebrity sits in it and says, my house has a $145,000 sofa, 5,000 Chinese people are going to want to buy a $145,000 sofa. And then after that, the dog and pony mattress. Thank you. Thank you. We're talking about segment 7, how to be 007. This is some 007 shit where somebody was trying to say something rude, which is there a Tommy Bahama in China? There should be. There should be. Will you answer the Scottsdale, Arizona furniture store by the private airport? I don't know that rats and bats are eaten because my favorite Chinese food, okay? My favorite Chinese food. Am I friends with Paul Fleming and Philip Chang? Yes. Why? Because I am 007 rocking 007's networking technique. P.F. Chang's. Have you eaten there? The lettuce wraps, they taste amazing. P.F. Chang's. They drop the I in Philip Chang. They drop the I because Larry Chang, third institution of Silicon Valley, is Stanford, Y Combinator, and Larry Chang. Wait a minute. Don't YC and Stanford have enormously high standards? Yeah, incredibly high standards. You're not getting into YC, you're not getting into Stanford. Larry Chang, I have no standards. Look at how hard I work here. I'm still on segment number 7 that DJ'd into segment number 1. Today is day number 57 of the hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. Coincidentally, today is day 27, December 27, day 27 of what? The hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. In addition to coming up with the genius thing of, is there a Tommy Bahama in China? This is another genius thing, which is being able to predict that the Super Bowl this year is going to be day number 70 of the 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Yeah, I started it. Why would I not start it? I started it because I wanted it to become amazing. I don't understand. You don't like PF Chang's? You like PF Chang's. I'm so confused. And then what's bat? When you say bat, I think Batman. When you say bat, I think Bruce Wayne. When you say Bruce Wayne, this is the Batman. You see, there are 3 AI dudes who are artificially intelligent, Asian intelligent, American intelligent. It's the 3 whitest dudes, whiter than me, which is actually impossible. That would be Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, the Batman, Larry Cheng, Theng, GameStop, board of director. Why? Because can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. You see, turning around GameStop is asking the question, hey, GameStop, why are you so retarded? And then Ryan Cohen saying, hey, we don't want to negotiate for royalties because look at what happened to McDonald's with the McDonald's brothers. They were offered a royalty. Shut up. They were offered royalties and they got screwed. There is not a Tommy Bahama in Scottsdale, is there? I love how you're a moderator and I don't even know who you are. You probably said one good thing, and one time I was like, oh, I'll just make you a moderator. Are you moderating this and not liking? That's even better. This chat is now amazing. I'm running low on battery. Not to be giving you too much behind the scenes work, but for the first 90 minutes, I had no viewers. I don't think I've ever been more productive in cranking through 7 pages, 7 segments. We're on segment 7. I cranked through 6 segments. Yesterday's 3 hours, I only got through 5 segments. So this new no viewers got me through so much core content that I've been behind on. This is my end of the year push to clear all my caches. 1, behind on my board of director notes. 2, behind on my YouTube lives. 3, behind on segments and segments and segments. 4, this is like going to work when everyone else is taking vacation days. I walk my dog by the office, and guess who's religiously at work hitting lunch for the Asian rebellion, which is, oh, I'm going to do lunch for 65 minutes today. while eating it at my desk. Like, that's not a rebellion. Plus, you go to work during the holidays by not doing the normal thing, which is taking vacation. Similar to how I was doing all this YouTubing. Happy? Which is not burning vacation days, not burning vacation days. How are you guys with being able to sit quietly in a room? How are you in being able to speak at a room that has few people? How are you when you have to do work solo? Because segment 1 was vagina whispering. This is how to solve female problems. Don't say racism or sexism, because you didn't ask me what my pronouns were, because I identify as an Indian Pakistani female. How are you guys with being able to do work in a silo? Is doing work by yourself nearly impossible? Ooh, here's another question, deviating slightly from 007, which is, are you able to read a book for 15 minutes? Do you guys know about Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge? Do you guys know about vagina whispering? Do you guys know about Two Girls, One Book, One Larry Chang? This is how to do a magical three-way. I'm not joking. Yeah, Woe is right. It's called Two Girls, One Book, One Larry Chang. This is 007. Phew. 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 This is 007. Okay. Three-way. This is a Christian three-way. Let's drop a quick prayer. Let's drop a quick prayer. Let's drop a quick prayer. Father Lord, thank you for being a massively obnoxious Jewish guy rising from the dead and then being able to reset the calendar. Like, what kind of life is that? That's a life well lived. That's playing 5D chess, which is, oh, I'm going to talk Larry Bird levels of trash talk by saying stuff like, hey, after I get crucified, I'm going to rise. There are no enemies here. Father Lord, thank you for being hilarious and obnoxious. Father Lord, also, thank you for my brain, because oh my God, my brain. Because my brain has to be in battle, in competitiveness with pretty smart people at Stanford and pretty smart people at Y Combinator. Yet Larry Chang, my name, gets mentioned equally amongst the other two institutions as the third institution of Silicon Valley. Father Lord, thank you for that. Thank you also for my friendship to Guy Kawasaki, Menlo Park Presbyterian, Guy Kawasaki. I know I never mentioned him, but my brain used Guy Kawasaki's book and brain. And number one, smartest human on the planet, thank you for my brain. I read Guy Kawasaki a post. I read a post called Venture Capital Secrets, Plan B for Fundraising. Guy Kawasaki wrote a venture capital piece in garage.com. Guy Kawasaki, the guy who plays basketball with me, Guy Kawasaki, who decided to magically one day start playing ice hockey. Guy Kawasaki, my friend who says, nice poodle you got there. What are you, gay? Guy Kawasaki writing an article called Plan B for Fundraising. Plan B, insert reproductive humor joke later. By taking an article, thank you, Lord, for having my brain be able to read. And Lord, maybe people that are praying this prayer with me, maybe they can read their first chapter, because very few people can read. So Lord, thank you. Thank you for Guy Kawasaki's friendship, and thank you for the article called Plan B for Fundraising. You see, I took that article and I wrote a book report on that article because, Lord, I just really love reading. I just really love to read. If I'm being honest, I just really love money. Can I be honest with you? Yeah, I can be. I really love money. Thank you for the millions and millions in money. Thank you. Thank you. I know that you talk about money more in the Bible than you talk about any other topic. This prayer, it's going amazing. Plan B for fundraising. So I wrote a book report to that. Big hit. Found Read. Founders who read. Lord, thank you for that series of articles that I published. Initially, I was concerned that nobody was reading stuff that I wrote, but then everybody had to read what I wrote because it turns out I wasn't joking. Found Read, founders who read. Foundread.com, merged and acquired by Om Malik, GigaOM. Found Read. Reading as a founder. Oh my God, is that what this channel is? Founders who read? Oh my God, do I ever do anything new? No. Plan B for fundraising. I took that and I submitted it to South by Southwest. Is that how I got into Twitter so early? Father Lord, thank you for Twitter. Thank you for my Eskimo brother, Elon Musk. Thank you for Guy Kawasaki, because in reading Plan B for Fundraising, I got to speak as a future VC. Thank you for the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Thank you. Because Plan B for fundraising, it costs less than $1 to read. And then asking Guy Kawasaki questions, that also cost maybe $1. Maybe it cost $5 because there's an Uber pool to Sand Hill Road to hang out with Guy Kawasaki. Because thank you for Plan B for fundraising, where I got to anoint the current ambassador to Sweden, Ken Howery, as a great VC, speak on my panel. What's my panel at South by called? Plan B for fundraising. Is that what we're spending YouTube Live talking about? Is 007 doing a Plan B for fundraising? It is. Father Lord, thank you for making the 2000th time I've said this same shiitake that's also genius? Well, being fresh. Thank you for helping me stay fresh, where my first rep is actually my 2000th rep. Ditto this prayer, which I think went swimmingly well. Lord, if other people have never prayed before, OMG, how could you never pray before? Okay, no judgments. No judgments. No judgments. So if this is your first prayer, all you got to say is, WTF, is this even a real prayer? Yeah, you can pray however you want to pray. I like to pray to 31-year-old Jesus. Some people like to pray to baby Jesus. That would be Ricky Bobby. Maybe I could pray to baby Jesus. Baby Jesus, so beautiful, so little. You're gonna grow up to be an obnoxious person who's trying to do distribution work, the 3 crucifixes. You in the middle, thief on the left, thief on the right. Who should have been the 3rd thief was Barabbas, the thief who got pardoned. OMG, this crucifix story is real. Sounds completely fake because it's about to sound even more fake because you, Jesus, you self-admittedly let yourself only bat 500. What do I mean? What do you mean by batting 500? I get me and you mixed up. Batting 500, where you told the 2 thieves, hey, believe in me, you get to go to heaven. I forgive you. Oh. One of the thieves said, cool, deal. The other thief said, no, thank you. Batting 500. Lord Jesus, thank you for not batting 1,000 because you would demoralize people by batting 1,000. Lord, thank you for letting me bat 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires who have nice boobs. Blonde billionaires batting 1,000. Unicorn. Lord, thank you for my unicorn light. It's on a lot, and when the batteries wear out or the light wears out, thank you for power. Lord, thank you for, if this is their first prayer, know that their future prayers are probably going to be just as memorable. Father, Lord, in Jesus' name we pray. Oh, almost forgot. Say hi to Augie Garrido. Say hi to my mommy. Say hi to Baxter. Also, say hi to Peter. Also, Peter Chang dying from a chainsaw accident is some Chang family roller chain mishap. So, did I say Peter? I meant David. I get Peter and David Chang mixed up. That's just me. David Chang's chainsaw accident. And say hi to Christina Chang and tell them that I will be there shortly in the year 2120 or later. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I'll take top 37. This content's gonna be rolled into a Netflix special. I'm running low on battery. 007. 007. There's no more 007 thing to do than to be living in two places at one time in the same city. 007. 007. He's a secret agent. 007. He used to be heterosexual. They're coming up with a future version where he's not heterosexual. I don't know who you are because I don't know who you are, but every time you talk or type, you're spot on. So you must have done one thing right a long time ago. No, that would be not true. We're not 007ing into that. I'm just telling you how that franchise dies, which is, yeah. So 007, multiple residences where you live across the street from where you live, and then you also get a hotel. This sounds not real. Okay, this is why you get a hotel in Airbnb at minimum. This is why. Because if you've got a nice hotel room like 007 often gets, people are going to come over. You're going to need to get away from those people because the best type of work happens when you're alone. You can't just whip out your computer when you've got two girls, one book left over. Larry, how does that game even play? Thought you were a Christian. Oh, this is some Young Life Jedi shiitake. I'm mixing so many things. Let's make it all mesh together. 007, multiple residences. The reason you get a hotel and an Airbnb is you don't want to be that person who trusts what the Airbnb was selling you. You don't want to be that person. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to an Airbnb where the host is nearby and they've got two cats on the premises. I can't tell you how many times an Airbnb was advertised to be one way, but the amount of privacy and the number of real cameras. 3 Airbnbs ago, they had a litter box in the kitchen. That's why you 007 your way into 2 residences. Why? Because you don't want to be the person who gets upgraded to the suite and then has to sleep in the filth of your suite. You can't just do 1 residence. This is a mistake that gets made by people who are new money, where they don't know that when they go on to a business trip, if they don't book a backup residence, not good. Not good at all. Not good. This is also why. This is how I discovered this. This is things that I used to think. I used to think, yeah, I'm just going to book my 1 room. Why would I book 2 rooms? This is why. I first learned this going to Vegas. This does make sense. This is how it works. When you go to Vegas, you're in Vegas and there's nowhere to go that's private and secluded because all your guy friends live on top of you. Also, because you're going to Vegas, people hear that you're going to be in Vegas, and then they're like, I'm coming. Can I crash with you? Or worse, it's two girls saying, I saw on your social media you're doing something cool in Vegas. We're coming. We're to van life in a second. We're going to 007. This is going to be the most amazing video you've ever participated in. Remind me to talk about Brandon Wolf and the van that he created. Put a pin in that, Brandon Beck. Oh, no, 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 no. And this is why I made you moderator, even though at first you're kind of hating it. No, no, no. These exercises, they're for everybody. You just gotta stay with it for a little bit, because I just gave you a free vacation. You're fucking welcome. You're fucking welcome. Remember before when I prayed for money? Remember that? I guess I wasn't praying for your money. That prayer just got true. This is your first prayer. It doesn't matter if you don't love Jesus. You don't have to say, I believe that Jesus is Savior, okay? You don't have to say that. But when me, Jesus, my unicorn sign in this video give you money, just say, praise Larry Chang's mentor, Jesus. Get it? Because you're saying praise Larry Chang, mentor Jesus. Kind of like two girls, one cup. Car camping. Free vacation, Brandon Wolf, 007, 2 residences. I first learned about it in Vegas. This is the counterintuitive truth. The second room pays for the first room. Do you notice how 007, he's never asking, hey, can I spend more money on my expense account? He is racking up actually no expenses. Why? Because he's 007, he doesn't need a limitless budget for an expense account. Do you notice that? He's never spending too much money. He's self-funding his shiitake. There's no more 007 of a thing to do than to realize you don't need to ask your retarded boss for more expenses. You don't need to. You need an airplane ride? Okay, you go to the private airport at Scottsdale Airport. Ditto Moffett Field, ditto Santa Clara, ditto, ditto, ditto. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the private flights that are going to be February 9, 2026. Okay. Vacation. You sleep in your car. Tell me that you don't also do this. Do you shower in a hotel room that you purchased for $100 as a treat for yourself because the van that you're sleeping in, it doesn't have very much hot water, right? And I'm not gonna say that with a name like Raj, you're showering in the sink. I'm not gonna say that because that's too easy of a joke to make. What we're talking about right now is a vacation. What we're talking about right now is you live in a car in Scottsdale area. You see, the Phoenix Cardinals, they have no shot to go to the Super Bowl. But you have a shot to go to, you have a shot because guess what? There's a Planet Fitness in Santa Clara, California. That's where the Super Bowl is. This is you DJing. What do you do for work? Do you have to be in Arizona for work? Because I'm connecting segment 7, 007. I'm also connecting today being day number 57 of 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. Because you being made moderator, which I kind of didn't want to do, but it looks like you're really growing while moderating, while being more honest. This is about to become amazing. Oh! Remember before when I was praying? Remember before when I was praying about money? Remember before when I was praying about money? You do. Also, have you ever prayed before? Because before when I was praying about money, this is about to become amazing, because this is something that nobody in Scottsdale knows. Zero. People in Scottsdale don't know yet who is going to play in the Super Bowl on February 8th. Let's say 2026 is too fast. Know that I know something that nobody knows, which is on February 14, 2027, the Super Bowl is going to be played in Los Angeles. Oh, no. We're not trying to do sports betting. We're not trying to do sports betting. We're trying to sell people Airbnbs and hotel rooms. But the good news is you don't have to buy the hotel room until somebody buys it from you. So the way that people do sports betting is retarded. We're not sports betting. We're betting on the fact that if the Chicago Bears go to the Super Bowl, the Chicago Bear fan base will then reserve a hotel room in Santa Clara. Currently, the hotel rooms are $100. When the teams are set, the price is going to go to $250 or more. But you don't have to buy that room until you sell the room, because there's a 48-hour cancellation policy. I know. This is your first double booking. This is why you, in your honesty, you said, oh, this is kind of too fancy for me. Because you said double booking rooms, I'll write that on my if I ever get filthy fucking rich notepad. You said that. So because you're honest, now you have a chance to become richer. Once you see the world the way I see it, you'll be rich. Let me repeat that. Once you see the world the way that I see it, you will be rich. Why? Because this stuff is so straightforward to me. Guy Kawasaki, Plan B for fundraising. I read his article and I'm like, hey, do you know about Guy Kawasaki's article? And people would be like, oh, Plan B? Oh, that's actually useful. And then I'd say, hey, South by Southwest, which is a venture capital conference, they just didn't realize it. I'm like, do you want to do this content? And then I was like, hey, Guy Kawasaki, do you want to do this? He's like, fuck, I don't want to go to an ADD place with a bunch of nerds. Are you going to pay me $50,000? I'm like, I don't think they're going to pay you. And then they're like, well, why don't you do it, Larry? That's how I fundraised. That's how I fundraised. Because I did an article called Plan B for Fundraising. Do you see how easy this is? I get it. What do you want to talk about, moderator? What do you want? Yes, hotel arbitrage. What do you want to talk about? I have my script here. I've got content till time ends. We're on segment 7. My goal is 5 segments. This is all gravy. What do you want to talk about? Again, I ask, what do you want to talk about? What you say next is what I'll talk about. It's like one of those satanic clubs where you try to damage other people that are damaged, and you try to get power. Except this is the opposite of Satan. This is Jesus shit, where you say things that are positive, and I do things that are positive. Do you know about the satanic things where you get people to hurt themselves, and you're like, haha, I got you to like write something with a knife on your arm. Oh, Satan, you're so powerful. Satan, you're a big gay retard. Pray this prayer with me, Satan. Father, Lord, I'm sorry I was a smart angel that fell. I apologize. Let me come back into heaven. My name is Lucifer. I made a ginormous mistake. Larry Chang, help me see the error of my ways. I'm no longer going to be retarded neurodivergent. Lord Jesus, sorry for tempting you when you were at your weakest moment, when you were a human, a God in human form, named Jesus. Just, Lucifer, just say sorry. Just say sorry, and you'll be much happier. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Oh, I know. How do you make money? Do you buy and sell tickets like hotel rooms? So, it was a good question, and then it became a bad question. This is what all of money is front-running money. This is what they call 4D chess, which is front-running. So, front-running. Do you see the funny part about me praying for Lucifer to say sorry? Because that's what happens in the end. In the end, he says sorry. He just refuses to say, I was wrong. I mean, am I the only person that sees this? Oh, wait, I am, because I'm the #1 smartest human on the planet. And I laugh saying that because I sound like an idiot saying that. But how does everyone not see that that's how it ends? I mean, God wins and Jesus wins. Look at the year, okay? That's like Larry Bird talking shit, where he's like, I'm gonna pump fake, spin, right hook off glass. Like, Jesus is telling you that the year is 2026 minus 5 days. Like, look at that. Like, how does everyone not just believe in Jesus? I don't get it. Like, when you live your life like that, where they're like, oh, this guy, he just reset the calendar. Like, I could I could be the first institution of Silicon Valley, which I probably will be, but they're not going to reset the calendar. Thank you for knowing about Rapture. I don't know when that, probably not for 20,000 years, I think. I don't think the world's ending anytime soon. There's never been a more peaceful time. Social media makes it seem like a disaster. All we're doing is front running. That's making money. Let's just make you, yeah, correct. But more importantly, what today is day 27, 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Because day number 70 of the 55 days, that's February 8. Get it? There's 31 days in December. There's 31 days in January. There's 8. The 8th day of February is 31 plus 31 plus 8. Is that 70? That's day 70 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. I'm not going to ask you what you've done with Gemini 3. I'm going to ask you, have you seen those Gemini 3 spam ads that say, would you like $275,000 from Gemini 3? Or am I the only person getting those spam messages called Google ads, called YouTube ads? I'm running dangerously low on green tea. We're going to do all of it. We're doing Gemini 3. The reason we're doing arithmetic, which is the 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl, is this. Is we're DJing book club at a dog park. We're DJing Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge. We're coming up with hilarious jokes. Today, we need to just pick one joke, which is, I currently live out of my car doing delivery, but somehow I got wrangled into Larry Chang's YouTube content. Correct. So, people are going to ask you, why do you follow Larry Chang, and you're going to say this truth, which this is why. Because of the 12 days of OpenAI. You thought I was going to say the 12 days of Christmas. You thought I was going to say the 12 days of Christmas. This is why you're going to follow this, because 55 days of Gemini 3, that's solving a problem. This problem is pretty big. It's called the 12 days of OpenAI. I know, everyone says this, but initially everyone thinks that I'm a dick. Well, maybe not a dick, but initially people are like, are you under 30? Oh, yeah. Okay, let's focus, because I'm going to have plenty of energy, but let's just focus anyway. You are lucky. You're lucky because I'm making green tea right now, because before I was dangerously low on green tea, but then I heated up some filtered water, and now I'm going to have more green tea. So thank you, green tea maker. Thank you, Caucasian people. You know you've made it as an American-born Chinese guy when Caucasian people get you green tea. Okay, let's focus. So what we're doing here is we're picking one thing. Why did you say I was awesome? Let's get basic, which is, why did you think I was awesome? Because we're just going to use that, because positive energy models are a vibe. Positive energy models are a vibe. No link down below. Ditto the book, which some hot girl is making me read, which is The Body, Larry. My body count keeps the score. The jokes write themselves. Blowjobs are not intercourse. I'm EIRing right now. I'm EIRing right now. Stanford could get upset that I'm the solo initial EIR. They could get mad at that, but they said it, and I'm still doing it. We're going to take your EIR title away. Like I need a title, I'm going to be bigger than Stanford and YC. I'm the third institution of Silicon Valley. Can we focus? Can we focus? What are we focusing on? Why did you say Larry Chang is fucking awesome? Why? You know what? I'm going to answer that because you're hesitating. You're one of a kind, super kind of funny. Oh, God. Are you Christian already? That's amazing. Okay. I'm going to come up with your plan for you, and you're welcome. You don't even have to say thank you yet. In fact, I already know you're thankful. That's why we're doing it. I'm glad I made you a moderator, even though, you know, even though. All right. Locked in. This is what we're doing. I am chemical free. That's part of our joke, is when you ask a question, AI, American Intelligence, gives you the answer, which is chapter 12, the pineal gland. What medication are you on? Chapter 12, the pineal gland. My brain, via Jesus, comes up with all the chemical, all the drugs that I will ever need. Chapter 12, pineal gland. Focus. So people are going to ask you, why are you so in love with Larry Chang? How long have you known him for? Blah, blah, blah. Scarcity mindset question, scarcity mindset question, scarcity mindset question. This is your answer, which is we're solving Web 12. We're solving 12 days of OpenAI. I hope you're taking notes, pen to paper. This is going to help you. This is our plan. This plan is just like every other plan. I can't help it. I'm turning around Tommy Bahama. I can't help it. This is just what I do. This is just what I do. Turnarounds. Typically, an octogenarian does one company every other year. That's how I got to go to Stanford for $0, because of a class that does turnarounds. Stram GT 353, Irv Grosbeck. Your same adoration of Larry Chang, being my fan, is how I got into Stanford, because I was a fanboy for Irv Grosbeck. IRV Grosbeck, Grousbeck. Wait a minute. Is he the owner of the Celtics? Focusing. So we're going to need to come up with a plan before this video ends. We're still on segment 7, which is James Bond. You see, James Bond doesn't need an expense account. James Bond doesn't need to say, sugar daddy, government daddy, I need $250 in gas money to go to Santa Clara. No. We need to self-fund. How do we self-fund something? I'm excited, but also nervous. Don't be nervous. Get a fucking pen. So you're going to need about $500 in gas money, right? You're going to need about $500 in gas money. There's good news, is you've said some things that are incorrect. Let's make those correct. You said something about the data, and you said something about energy, and you said something about how AI is ruining towns. What you don't realize, what I realize, is that you're ruled by the 3 laws of thermodynamics. You just are getting the information told to you by a person that doesn't understand the 3 laws of thermodynamics. Worry about getting into Stanford. Worry more about watching Stanford YouTube content, so that way you go from ex-convict to entrepreneur, which is self-funding, gas money. You need to lock in. So everything I'm going to say now, you need to not diversify, because I can guess your ethnicity, okay? You need to have everything that I say turn into something that you're expanding on a prior. This is Web 12 live time. What's Web 12? We were doing Web 2. You said something, and then I said something genius. Yeah, we're not diversifying, and we're definitely not pre-qualifying me, okay? So like, you're done. That was your last bad question. That was your last bad question. Everything that you say now will be an expansion on a prior, or can you repeat that? I got confused. Because I get where your brain's at right now, which is unlimited possibilities being limitless. This is how to get gas money, lock in. You're solving a problem called the 12 days of opening. Comment lock in so that way I know you're not going to ask stupid questions like, do you own Laid? Like, next question you're asking is, hey, Larry, how much money do you make as a gigolo? I can't believe you make money as a male gigolo that sells dick to women older than 22, younger than 23, okay? No more pansexual, no more neurodivergent questions. No more heterosexual neurodivergent questions. Locked in, like focused. Your brain's broken. Lock in. Yeah, exactly. So I just caught you with a broken brain. Your brain actually passed the test after I made you moderator. After I made you moderator, you actually did lock in, or your brain finally turned on. Now your brain is a little too turned on. So now you need to just lock in and focus. I know what you're focused on. Do you remember what you're focused on? Tell me what you're focused on. Everybody witness a turnaround, because initially Raj was not my biggest fan. What are we locking in right now? I know what we're locking in. He said a website in the prayer. What are we locked in for? What are we locked in for? What are we locked in for? This video is about to be amazing. Tell me what we're locked in for. Because I know what we're locked in for. Do you know what we're locked in for? This video is going to be the most legendary video you've ever watched. Oh my God. You've got 1,360 subscribers. You've got more subscribers than I do. Oh yeah, good job. Good job. We are locked in for the 500 bucks. Good job, buddy. We are locked in for the 500 bucks because that's step one. So that way you don't have to be like, Larry, I'm not coming because I don't have 500 bucks in gas money. Is that literally the best prayer you've ever heard? Meet the Vagina Whisperer. I knew this video was going to be amazing. I actually didn't know it. It started off actually kind of rough, if I'm being honest. This video actually started off kind of rough. I swear for the first 95 minutes, it was me talking to nobody, which is why I was able to get so much done. Segment number 7, 007ing. 007, like James fucking Bond, 500 bucks. So, you said you live in Scottsdale. Are you saying you're going to drive from New York to San Francisco? You said Scottsdale, working on 500 bucks is enough gas money. My God. So I'm gonna lock in
I'm not even going to be reading your stuff because your brain, it's not even going the right direction. It is going in the right direction. Okay. $500 in gas. Scottsdale to Santa Clara. Santa Clara is Stanford University, is San Francisco, is February 8th, the Super Bowl. When you talk, confirm that you understand what I'm saying. Confirm that. Okay, so you're going from the 520 to the 408. This is the problem you're solving. What's the problem that you're solving? This is how I talk when I'm about to become networked with a brand new millionaire. You thought a sofa wasn't 145K. This consulting, it's $2.1 million. You don't even have to agree to pay it. I'm just telling you, this consulting is $2.1 million. After I help you make $2.3 million, feel free to fuck me on paying me $2.1 million. Is that a good deal? Is that a good deal? Yes or no? Which is, what? This is how you make money? I'm making money and I'm currently fucking with you by asking a fuck you money question. Is this worth $2.1 million that you pay me after you make $2.3 million? Is that a good deal? For everyone else, no, actually, fuck everybody else. This is vagina whispering. I'm talking to the pussy that you used to be. Is this worth $2.1 million? I'll do it. No, you got to say the 2.1 and the 2.3 because I'll do it doesn't quite get it done because later you're going to forget because this is what happens when everybody makes money is that they literally lose their head. Yeah, see? There you go. But do you see the math there? Which is, would you pay $2.1 million for $2.3 million? You just got the, I get 200K. Do you see what I'm saying? This is how money works, which is 2.1. Are you willing to buy a $2.3 million bill for $2.1 million? It turns out most people say no. Let me repeat that. Most people, when I'm like, look, I'm going to help you make $20 million. You're going to need to pay me $600K. And a lot of people are like, I don't want to pay you $600K. I'm like, have you ever made $20 million? And people are like, no, but I will. I'm like, you don't have any shot at making $20 million. You can't even make 100K total before you turn 30. Is this the vagina whisperer? This is, because that's women that are wanting a guy that's 7 figures or 6 figures. No, it is not like stocks. See, this is where we lock in and focus because I don't even know what you're saying, but fuck, that was retarded. I don't even know what you're saying. But that's kind of like stocks, isn't it? Okay, I don't want to know what you mean by that. I don't want you to know. See, look, I can't even talk right now. So, remember, I'm not even making you sign an agreement or say it verbally. The 2.1 to 2.3 get you 200K. You're all into it. But now we have a shot because the 2.3 that's kind of a lot of money. That's kind of a lot of money because up till now, you're 32 years old. You haven't gotten there. This is why. Because your brain, every time other people have talked, they say stuff like buying a at 1K to try to make it 100K. Have you ever done that? What's an example of that? Can't answer that. Also can't answer that. Theoretical. So this is the Vagina Whisperer. That's the name of this video, which is, do you even like, what are you talking about? 1K to 100K. Have you ever heard that? And then women will be like, oh, well, that's how money gets made, I guess, in theory. And this is why every guy is like, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Why? Because we don't want to hear it from somebody telling us that what we did, we just got lucky. You just got lucky that you met Larry Chang. No. I had to listen to 90 minutes of stuff that I tried to unhear. He talked about a prayer, and I think he also talked about a three-way, so like I had to pay a price. This is the Vagina Whisperer walking you through, why am I the person who's talking about $500 in boat gas, or not boat gas, $500 for car gas. Car gas, boat gas, airplane gas, it's all just the three laws of thermodynamics. Boat gas. Oh God. He means when you invest 100K, you make 100 a week. Do that several times in your set. Fucking fuck off with that. Fucking fuck off with that. No. When you say life would be simpler, you're actually making it impossible. Oh my God. You're making 2.1 million to try to make 200K. Do you see how, like, we haven't even started yet and you guys are confused? I think you're confusing me and I'm smart. Like buying a share at 1K to try to make 100. What? He means when you invest 100K and you 100 a week, you do that several times in your set. Fucking fuck yourself in the fucking face. Quote, he means when you invest 100K and it makes you 100 a week, you do that several times and you're set. That's why I say this. You guys are talking about losing $1 million. Because when I help you make $1 million, you retards are going to lose it right away. Because that's how you talk. You don't need money to make money. Right back on script. Right back on script. Am I asking you for money? I'm asking for your attention, and you're having a hard time doing it. Everything that you said, and don't worry after I help you make $1 million, because you're gonna fucking lose it. Most people lose it. Most people lose it. You don't invest money to make money. And if this is your first Larry Chang video, okay, forgiveness and hugs. You don't need money to make money, but the way that your brain works right now is subpar. Let's make our brain work really well for the next 20 minutes. Let's go. We need $500 in, I almost said boat gas again. We need $500 for gas. Problem. I'm about to risk 78 hours for 40. See, you got to stop talking, dude. You got to stop talking. I don't even want to know what goes into your brain for, I'm about to risk 78 hours for $45. I don't even get that. But no worries, okay? Because I'm locked in. Think of yourself as an ex-convict who's 32 years old. You're actually still in prison right now. It's just a brand new prison. This prison doesn't have you drinking toilet wine. This prison has no bars, no prison. It is a prison. It's just a prison with invisible bars. $500 in gas. Do you see how every time I talk, it's about other people's needs, other people's money. Every time you talk or you type, it's you. That's not good. This is how to make it good, which is, remember the $2.3 million? We're gonna need to work back from that. How do we make $500 initially to pay for $500 in gas? What's a problem that you're gonna solve? What's a problem that you're gonna solve? Oh. Well, still answer the question. What's a problem that you're gonna solve? Turn off your other screens, turn off the music, let the silence wash over you, let the brain echo. This is not a hollerback. We are not an African tribe sitting around a campfire doing hollerback. I don't believe anything's clicking until you make X dollars. What problem are we solving? You guys can't answer simple questions. As far as transgender goes, I'm a transgender. Welcome to Vagina Whispering. You're getting the pronouns juxtaposed. You're forgetting I am a woman identifying as a lesbian, trying to get you to focus on the question, which is, what problem are you solving? Here's another question. Have you ever solved a problem that didn't belong to you? There you go. That is a problem. Oh, my first time out. Hey, come back better. Oh, there you go. Good job expanding on a prior. Good job expanding on a prior. Because it's Silent Night, Deadly Night with German Shepherd. So, notice how this room nearly went deadly silent when I'm like, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? Me, I'm the Vagina Whisperer, This video is called Vagina Whispering. This is segment 7, 007. What does 007 do every time he enters a room? He solves problems. Problem. I'm just a rich guy gambling. I'm bored out of my mind. Problem. What this movie needs is a little bit of excitement. Problem. Web 12. Very few people in Silicon Valley know about it. Problem. The 12 days of OpenAI. Solution. 55 days of Gemini 3. Problem. I don't know how to go from 0 to 1. So we're going to solve everything in the next 14 minutes. Let's lock in. So step 1 in going from 0 to 1 is to realize today is day 27. That's day 1. That's day 1. And it also applies to Duck D's, who's watched at least 55 videos. This is your day 1. So your day 1 is day 57 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. Coincidentally, because the 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK, that started on November 1. The 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl, that started on December 1. I was not joking when I said I'm cramming in 2,026 days of Christmas into 1 year. You see, one calendar year only has 365 days. One day, in theory, for you, only has 24 hours. What I'm talking about is this is day 0 or day 1. You pick. Because you never connected because you're from an ethnicity that has never invented anything since time began. And you might get upset at that, but I'm inventing more shit in a 189-minute video doing stand-up comedy about vagina whispering than your people did in 5 centuries. And you could get upset at that, or you can say thank you. Because I don't want to be a person that's never recruited by certain ethnicities. Like, why is it only you Asian people and fellow Caucasian people recruit me? Why? Why is it only rich people recruit me? Why is it only super hot blondes with big boobs recruit me and throw putty? Why don't ugly women with no boobs try to sell me their vajayjay? Why? Why can't we make money without money? Why can't we get me an EIR gig, a traditionally black university? Why? Why, after I go to the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, Stanford keeps recruiting me? This is before NIL deals. This is before the transfer portal. Now it's open season. But Stanford was treating me like open season. I already committed to the University of Illinois. Why did Stanford keep recruiting me? 28 times, hundreds of times. Because rich people just keep getting richer. That's just been true since time began. But what is also true is during Great Depressions, random people get rich. It's because chaos is a ladder. And am I pulling a quote out of Game of Thrones? I am. Only because Tom Brady said it. Chaos, it's a ladder. This video is not chaotic. This video is legendary. Let's solve a $20 billion problem and let's try to make $500. What $20 billion problem am I talking about? What $20 billion problem am I talking about? I'm talking about the problem that I pinned. These AI data centers are ruining towns and ruining the power bills. That's a problem. What you said is kind of not accurate, but it is a problem because other retards also think this. That's both a perceived problem and a real problem on the hierarchy of we're about to get rich, which is 1, change in decision maker, 2, change in real results, 3, change in perceived results, 4, change in the fact that I have a big fucking problem, change in the fact that I have a perceived problem, I may or may not want to take action on it. Any one of these things are in flux, money is getting traded and attention, but mostly money. Do you see why Larry the Starfish is pulling sextuple duty? Have you met Larry? Because you're gonna need to buy 3 of these. Our expenses are starting to rack up in a hurry. We got a $500 gas bill, and 3 of these guys are gonna cost $24. Larry, I'm so confused right now. What are we doing? Be confused, but you're also gonna need to execute. And what we're executing is something at Fashion Square. You're fucking welcome. Did you say Tucson? When are you gonna be in Scottsdale next? Because Tucson, I hear, is a disaster. You know what? You know what? Stay in fucking Tucson. Tucson. This is what we're doing. You're lucky. You're lucky. Say fucking thank you. Those AI data centers are ruining towns and running up the power bill. Okay, this is what we're doing. I have a plan. I have a plan. I'm going to get to your question, prime colors. Raj, what book that's a business book do you own? Do you own any business books? Do you own anything that's nonfiction? Because we're about to do 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge right by Gamma Phi Beta in Tucson. You're fucking welcome. This is the best video I've ever done today. Waiting on you while you're multitasking. Here's my real cell phone number, 650-283-8008. What business book do you own? What book do you own already? Because me getting you to buy a book, that's no bueno. Because that book might just remind you, oh shit, I need to do some shit. We're not going to remind ourselves that we need to do stuff. We need evidence. We need evidence. We need evidence of genius shit that we've already done, which is me beating Michael Jordan one-on-one basketball in his prime, and then not telling any of our old friends, hey, I just beat Jordan one-on-one. True story. It's so unreal. But then once you get to know me, there is no more real of a story than that story. Because after you beat them, you can't tell people. You can't tell people because nobody will believe it. So if nobody's going to believe it, why would I tell people, right? And then the only person that was impressed by that is Jordan. Oh my God, why are you? Oh, this is another problem, is slow to execute. Slow. Raj, what are you rubbing one out right now? Because, oh, I'm finally going to be rich. I'm finally going to get that girl with a bang number of like 30. What book, Raj? Fourth time I'm asking the same question, which is, what book do you own? What book do you own in physical form? Because we're about to get you the $500 in boat gas. Duck D's, the fact that you are in your literally 50th video and refuse a $20 book called Limitless, that's unforgivable. It's unforgivable. I don't think Raj is lost. I don't know what I think. So, to get this boat gas money, I keep saying boat gas. I never think car gas. I'm always saying boat gas because boats, gas kind of costs a lot. Earth to Raj. Let's do the book from 1983, Raj, called What They Don't Teach You at Harvard Business School. Duck D's, are you doing the German Shepherd book? I'm forgetting. Carlos Gomez, use your real name. Use your real name. I forget. Masks. 007 doesn't use, I mean, he's a secret agent. He literally tells people his name is James Bond. You can't kill me because I'm James Bond. Whereas on YouTube, it's, oh, my call sign's 007. Call me Jimmy Bondo, because I'm trying to hide my name, James Bond. All right, so what we're doing for the boat gas, I'm just gonna call it boat gas from now on. So what we're doing for boat gas is we're selling a book to a girl in Tucson. We're selling this book for $500. Larry, can you sell one book for $500? We're gonna do it right now. No, Duck D's, you're doing you're buying 3 copies of Limitless, and you're buying 3 copies of What They Don't Teach You at Harvard Business School. And then you're going to email me pictures of 3 books that you physically own. Because you only having the PDF for Limitless, that's unforgivable, which is page 62, page 64, page 67. Chapter 4, How to Read, which I could say something incredibly mean, but also incredibly accurate. But you can pretty much guess what I was going to say. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Okay. So Raj asked me what chemical I was on, meaning what drugs was I taking. So you're going to act super enthused, you being Raj. You're going to act super enthused, and you're going to have a lot of energy. And hot girls are going to be like, are you high right now? So you're basically going to act high and act drunk, but you're going to do it chemical free. And then people are going to ask you something that's a I want to sleep with you question, which is, are you on drugs right now? And then you're going to say, chapter 12, Becoming Supernatural. This is similar to front running, which is, what drugs are you on right now? What medication are you taking, Larry? See, you asked me if I were on medication because you cannot fathom that a person can be this happy, this energized, this focused. You see, the drug that I'm on right now is page 344, Limitless, L-theanine, which is derived from green tea. That's page 344. All you're doing is front running. In the same way that you take a P.F. Chang Chinese cookie, fortune cookie, and then you write, first person to say audiobook loses. You want to write that too. But the second thing you want to write in your fortune cookie, because remember, we're getting $500 for gas money, and that is this. What medication are you taking? You're baiting people as a master baiter into asking, hey, what drugs are you on right now? And then you whip out your wallet and then you say, chapter blank, blank, blank book. What book and what chapter are you going to write in a fortune cookie to put in your wallet? Do you remember? You're never going to go anywhere in life with that mindset of, I don't have an Amazon account. I'm afraid of putting my info on the internet. Hackers, scarcity mindset, trying to break the habit of being me. I mean, you can't hack a person with no money. The people who are most worried about identity theft are having an identity that's not worth stealing. That is not financial advice. This is financial advice, which is you bait a person into saying, what medication are you taking, Larry? 0 medication, I'm just drinking water. 0 medication, I'm just drinking green tea. The reason it's 0 medication is it's chapter 12, the pineal gland, which is you on cocaine, Molly, CBD is nowhere near as cocaine, Molly, or CBD that my brain is on with no cocaine, no Molly, no CBD, which is the pineal gland, chapter 12. Question, why do I need 3 copies of the book? What a good question. Why is it the random person that I made moderator asking the genius questions? Because you asking that question, you're gonna make $500 in boat gas. I can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop Chang saying the wrong thing, which is $500 in car gas. You know what? Car gas doesn't even, what? $500 in car gas? It's $500 in boat gas. It's $500 in gas. Question, why do I need 3 copies of the same book? Welcome to Larry Chang meeting you for the first time. Cosmopolitan Hotel, Las Vegas Super Bowl. You see, I'm at the Super Bowl and I'm asking myself, can I do all this shit for free? Can I do all this shit for free? I have the money to spend, but I kinda want to make her pay for it. 3 books. Why, Larry? Why? This is why. You put the 3 books right in front of you, and you just let rich people come up and ask you empowering questions. Because what psychopath has 3 copies of the same book? What psychopath does? The psychopath that you're going to want to throw money to, the psychopath that you're going to want to throw attention to, the psychopath that you're going to want to throw vagina to. This is the Vagina Whisperer, how to get hot women to throw vagina at you by having 3 copies of the same book. Story time, case study time, shit that's so common sense. You're not going to be like, no way did that happen. You're going to hear the story and be like, oh my God, it figures. So I'm at the Cosmopolitan Hotel because Las Vegas Super Bowl, as soon as they announced it 18 months before the Super Bowl, I'm like, I bet a lot of people go to that Super Bowl. Why? New stadium. Why? New location. New. Plus, a lot of people like to go to the Super Bowl anyway in Las Vegas. This time it's at the Super Bowl. The 49ers were staying at the Westin. The Chiefs were staying at the Marriott. Note to self, go to the team hotel. Note to self, go to the team hotel. Get gas money for an airplane. Not your airplane, but you're gonna drive there public and you're gonna fly home private. I hope you're taking notes. 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 You see, you're bringing 3 books. Compliments make me uncomfortable. Larry, you're a genius. Thank you so much for explaining that the wool from my eyes has been lifted. Compliments kind of make me uncomfortable. Money does not make me uncomfortable. 3 books, private airplane gas, home. You drive there in your car, you fly home in a private aircraft that you pay for the gas. 3 books pays for gas. The 3 books you're going to have in front of you, you're going to memorize 3 pages. Ideally, you memorize 5 pages, but thank you for coming back with money. But you're going to have to at least memorize 3 pages. If you can't memorize 3 pages, at least memorize the title of 1 chapter. Nah, I don't know how retarded you are, but let's say you're pretty retarded, but you're focused. That's how I got to be the best institution of Silicon Valley, is because I memorized a couple things and I made people money while making other people look like assholes, because that's what happens when you shine a light on things. Like when you shine a light here, it's just a light that's beaming and shining. This is positive energy. Who knows where that piece of paper went? This is positive energy. You see, you're doing something called 3 books, 1 3 books, 1 loser is a brand new game. It's a recent author. If you've never met a recent author, walk around with always a copy of their own book, they're a loser. If you've got 2 copies, you're also a similar version of that loser. Now, don't get me wrong, that loser is a winner because they're a single-digit millionaire and they've written 1 book using a ghost author. They spent 80 grand to write their 1 book, okay? Nobody's gonna buy it, but they're gonna walk around with copies of it. Later, they're gonna be embarrassed. This is the game that it looks like is being played, called 3 books, 1 loser. When you have 3 books in front of you, rich people who are winners, they're gonna say, hey, congratulations, you're 3 books, 1 loser. I'm gonna try to make you feel better because I'm rich and I feel bad because you're 3 books, 1 loser. So rich people will say, oh, is that your book? Congrats. But losers will try to pull you down and say something negative, which is, I can't even come up with what losers would say because I would never say stuff that losers say. What would be kind of like, oh, is that your book? Did you use a ghost author? Or do you not have any friends? Are you expecting friends? Because you're 1 person with 3 books. Are you expecting 2 more friends? This is why you do 3 books, 1 you in a place that's affluent. It's because people are going to ask you about the book. But when you use a magical book, Limitless is one of them. When you use a magical book, which is 4 Steps to the Epiphany is also one of them. When you use a magical book called Becoming Supernatural, the reason you use a magical book is whatever retarded thing that people say to you, you're going to quote one of the pages that you memorized. The reason this works every time, 100% of the time, is that 1 person having 3 books, it's just so attention-getting. Let me walk you through a scenario. I think this will help because I can do 2 girls, 1 book. I can do 1 book, one guy, 3 girls, I can do 10 variations of it. This is the straightforward variation called 3 books, 1 Larry Chang. What Vagina Whisperer, the video, is 1 Chinese guy in a cowboy hat, 3 books. I'm not saying 3 different books. I am saying it's 1 guy, 3 books. You don't have to take a picture of this, but this is May 27 to May 30th, 2026. I almost said 2028. These tactics will still be waiting for you on the other side of the Great Depression. Via my channel, I'm going to meet 10 more blonde billionaires with giant boobs. You just met the Vagina Whisperer. Hi, I'm Larry Chang. Hi. This is recorded December 27th, which is day 27 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Yes, this video helped 3 people go to the Super Bowl. February 14, 2027, Los Angeles, SoFi Stadium. But Larry, I thought you said February 8th is a Super Bowl. Yeah, well, you execute kind of slow. I can't help you if you don't help yourself. I am the Vagina Whisperer. Why do you have 3 books? You see, I have these 3 books. Why is nobody talking? That's okay. You're probably busy taking notes. You see, if I have 2 copies of the same book, it's special. Why is it special? Because it looks like I had something to do with the book. Why is it special? Because 1 person, 1 book, that's special. 1 person, 2 books, it's like a Jedi with 2 lightsabers. Now I realize that Darth Maul, the Star Wars figure, had a lightsaber that was 2 lightsabers. I realize that. But what we're doing with a 3rd book is we're getting people to pay attention to the fact that, yo, I can read a book they can't read. Everyone knows this. And they try to say things to hide the fact that they can't read 1.0 book per year. I don't make up these stats. They just get told to me when I ask 1,000 people, hey, what book did you read? And they're like, I own a PDF. It's called Limitless. I own a book on tape. I like audiobooks. How many audiobooks did you do beginning to end? Oh, that would be 3, which is a lie. Because it's called, you play a Larry Chang video to fall asleep to. That's not comprehension. That's not motivational listening. That's how poor people try to learn stuff, is I'm gonna fall asleep to it. Oh, when do I read? Oh, I like to read before I go to bed. It helps me fall asleep. What? That's how you fall asleep, by reading a book? And then that's the top of the food chain, is people who can read before they fall asleep. The bottom of the food chain has completely given up. They've given up eating real food. Oh, I'm just gonna microwave some dinner. They've given up making money. Oh, I'll never own a house because the Federal Reserve isn't federal, doesn't have any reserve. People have given up trying to have sex. For every Australian, Canadian, or American person that is a hot girl who went with me to the zoo, and then at the zoo they're like, oh, these pandas, they're too depressed to fuck. We can't make a baby panda. And then people are like, oh, you lazy pandas, Asian pandas, you don't even have enough energy to fuck. You're fucking useless, you panda. Why can't you fuck so that way you have a panda baby? I want a panda baby. I want a baby and a panda. I want a panda baby at the San Diego Zoo. Guess why pandas aren't fucking while they're in zoo? Guess. It's the same reason why Caucasian people won't fuck. Look at the birth rate. Elon Musk, he's the only guy pulling his weight. Larry, tell me about Steve Blank. Also, Larry, tell me about how you met Elon Musk. Do you really know Elon Musk? Are you guys friends? Not only are we friends, we are Eskimo brothers. Imagine Elon getting a phone call from his ex-girlfriend. Yo, it's Kate Kavanaugh, parentheses, Krensavage. You gotta meet somebody. You gotta meet somebody. Oh, who do I gotta meet? You gotta meet my current boyfriend, because him and you guys would get along. You guys should meet. Kate Kavanaugh, parentheses, Krensavage. Whoever you want me to meet, I'll meet, because your opinion, and stand for GSB opinion, is an opinion I pay attention to. That makes it sound so fictional that there's no way that that story can't not be real. Which is, Larry, did you seriously meet Elon Musk because Elon's ex-girlfriend, aka your current girlfriend at the time, wanted you two to meet? This is why we're doing One Guy, 3 book. This is why we're doing Vagina Whisperer. This video is the most valuable video you've ever watched. Let's say you're one of the people who are actually watching while subscribed. That would mean that you're not a woman, because women don't subscribe to this yet. But there's going to be a tipping point, which is, oh my God, after I got over the veneer of pussy magnet, I understand that Vagina Whisperer, Larry Chang, it's not pussy magnet. It's Vagina Whisperer because our vaginas, they give off a chemical. Our vaginas are prone to endometriosis. Vaginas are also conducive to, because of inflammation, polycystic ovarian syndrome. How does this guy understand vagina so well that he's been able to walk through endometriosis and PCOS? I don't want you to know how I know this. This is day 9 of hashtag 23 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. Day number 9, SheMD. Day number 9, endometriosis. Day number 9, inside of 23 days. You see, what we're doing with this book, these 3 books, is we're ducking bankruptcy. We're avoiding bankruptcy. Bankruptcy. It's going to happen for OpenAI because they came up with a marketing franchise called the 12 Days of OpenAI. The 12 Days of OpenAI. Day one was 1,800 days of ChatGPT. I can't even make that up. Look it up. Day one is 1,800 ChatGPTs. When you start day one off with an 800 number called 1,800 days of ChatGPT, the wagon wheels, they didn't just fall off. The wagon wheels got nuked. AI, data centers, power consumption. Solution, 23 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. Day number 9, endometriosis, polycystic ovarian syndrome. Do you see how Vagina Whisperer is not how to talk into a gaping vagina? It is not that. It is understanding that our vaginas put out chemical, and this chemical, that Caucasian guy in a cowboy hat, that's what this vagina wants. And then you open your flower. Chemical from the flower opening says 62, 64, 67, turbo hike. And then the insertion of the football, in which case the book, the football into the flower. The football into the flower is like the book into your brain, which is just like the baby juice into the vagina. Because remember, our vaginas, they have a chemical that produces risk tolerant, risk avoiding, risk mitigating chemicals. What the Vagina Whisperer is meant to help you with your pineal gland, chapter 12, Becoming Supernatural, is those risk mitigating chemicals, that risk avoidance. Because remember, the way that we women have sex is much different because of a risk level than how men have sex, because it's an inside thing, it's an outside thing. Am I talking about an inside sofa put outdoors, Tommy Bahama, $145,000? Or am I talking about an outdoor piece of furniture or an outdoor plants brought indoors, thriving indoors? Because our vagina has a chemical that is stay safe, reduce risk. Reduce risk, stay safe. Dare I say, I do dare at Stanford, risk mitigation, risk minimization, risk elimination, hashtag RMRMRE. How is it feeling to meet the #1 smartest human in Silicon Valley and the planet? Let me repeat, $300 million. Hashtag RMRMRE. You are now meeting the Vagina Whisperer. This might be my third prayer within one live stream in a traditional trad stand-up comedy routine. RMRMRE. Risk mitigation, risk minimization, risk elimination. You see, our vaginas, they're not betraying us. You see, our vaginas, they're from a place of power, true feminine power, which is, hey, let's avoid all the risk possible. True story, you do want to avoid risk, but you want to do so with Larry Chang inside of you. You want to put Larry Chang inside of you. This is the Vagina Whisperer. This is probably the funniest video you've ever watched. Please share this with your girlfriends. Because when your brain is doing risk mitigational thinking, you now understand that your vagina and the chemicals that get secreted from your pineal gland are engineered by the Supreme Creator to make you happy, healthy, and horny. This is the Vagina Whisperer. Why did it take a heterosexual man of Oriental descent to understand vagina chemical? I don't know. Maybe Larry Chang understands women, and Larry Chang should be getting a PhD in gender studies from Cal Berkeley. No pressure. You just figured out why I'm called the Vagina Whisperer is because the LGBT LG community, BTQ, TT plus, or just lesbians, they're the ones who anointed me the Vagina Whisperer, which is chemical endometriosis, chemical polycystic ovarian syndrome, chemical entrepreneurship energy. Because what if you didn't need to understand everything to be able to act now on one thing, which is $500 for gas at Berkeley Marina, just $500 for gas. Nadi Shodhana breathing. Vagina chemical, Vagina Whisperer, which is de-risking all the risk, meaning you don't sell one of these books for $800 until you sell one for $800 and then go buy it for $60. Why? Because this is the cover. You draw on the cover with a Sharpie. This book used is 65 bucks. This book new was about 65 bucks. Are there versions of this book for $15? No, because I'm artificially manipulating the supply. That's why I own kind of a lot of these books. You don't have to pick this book that's artificially made more expensive. Is this the first time that you and I are meeting? Because when I first saw the used price for what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School, that book was selling for 1 cent. Is Larry Chang going to be good with the fact that his mentor's book is rated 2.5 stars and used copies are selling for 1 cent? This is why the Vagina Whisperer is also the Billionaire Whisperer, also the Octogenarian Whisperer. Because I am a legend in Silicon Valley. Why? Because if you help me be a millionaire, billionaire, whatever your labels are, whatever your ability to do fucking math is, because trillion, billion, and million rhyme, people get those three confused. I can't even make this up. But if you help me add 9 zeros to my name, or 6 zeros, or 5, not 5 zeros, 5 zeros is like 1 day's pay. But if you help me add high 5 zeros, okay? No, 6 zeros. 6 zeros is the new 5 zeros. I will be thankful where after you die, because you're dying before me. It's just true. You're 80. I'm 28. You're dying before me. When you die, I will honor you, Steven Zumdahl. When you die, I will fuck you in the ass, Chalmers Seacrest. You see, when I got to Silicon Valley, Fuck You Money had one version of Fuck You Money. Like, what? Only like lottery. That's the only Fuck You Money that you know about in Silicon Valley is, oh, I'm going to be a unicorn and I'm going to sell my company and I'm going to be worth $100 million. Well, maybe $40 million because my VCs took all the money. And I'm going to have Fuck You money finally. So I can find that girl that used to want to not date me and I can say, look at my one bank account with all $40 million. I've got some questions, which is, if you've got $40 million, is that even Fuck You money? Or is that just one good year? 2, why is that much money, if that's all the money you have, sitting in one bank account with one signer? Here's another question I have, which is, do you not know about the 649 other versions of Fuck You money? You see, when you only have one version of Fuck You money, which is Peter Thiel, you are not a lottery ticket, because most people only know one version of Fuck You money. Do you see why this video is called The Vagina Whisperer? Because we as women, our number one business model is our husband dies or we get a divorce. Like, why can't we make our own money? Can you see I'm proud because I'm batting 1,000 when it comes to blondes with nice boobs who become billionaires. You see, what we're doing with book club, what we're doing with 3 books, 1 you, what we're doing with 2 girls, 1 book, what we're doing with our 4th prayer is realizing that the person that you're talking to in a monologue was successfully able to listen to retarded Christian people that would say, hey, you're gay, pray the gay away. I'm like, gay people have, I don't know if it could be prayed away. But after I heard that problem for the umpteenth time, because remember, I'm the guy who came up with dozens, if not 650 versions of Fuck You money. To wrap up Fuck You money, wrapping up praying the gay away, wrapping up segment 7 is, this is what 007 would do and act if he weren't an orphan in a shitty country called the UK. Like, this is 007 if his mother went to Yale and his father went to MIT and he weren't an orphan. This is 007 if 007 ran Silicon Valley gay mafia as a heterosexual. How much Fuck You money did we just reveal? Because you don't need money to say fuck you to money, and not the way that poor people say fuck you to money, which is not Fuck You money. That's bull. I don't have any money. Let's just try to be communist. That's Fuck You money. That's, you got tricked. You got tricked into thinking that government as your sugar daddy is going to solve your problems. How Vagina Whisperer is this video? What women love the government, hoping that the government can just be their sugar daddy. It doesn't end well. because the business model for the government is my sugar daddy is give me a slice of bread in exchange for unspeakable, horrible things. 650 versions of fuck you money. Applied as fuck you, thank you, which is Mark McCormack. His book is selling for 1 cent. My website that I order books from is a guy named Jeff, and Jeff's website. Ask Jeff Bezos, hey, let's cheat this algorithm. Can we make it just 4.5 stars? I'll give you $2 million. Did I just do that as fuck you money? I could have, but I didn't. This is what I did instead, because do I want to just bribe a rich person to be richer? That's not very sophisticated fuck you. That's throwing a Hail Mary saying, hey, fuck me, fuck you, with fucking stupid ideas. Which is, hey, Jeff Bezos, if I pay you $2 million, will you change the rating to 4.5 stars? Back then, he was cash strapped and he would have been like, yes, fucking deal. Instead, this is what I did. Instead, this is what I do. I got people to buy the book for $5. You get a book and they have to write a 5-star review. So basically, I would buy people a copy of their book. I would buy people a copy of Mark McCormack's book. Look at Quora. What makes Larry Chang so strange? It's Indian and Pakistani people using perfect English to explain the fact that they're from a poverty region. Stop calling Pakistan and India Asian, or at least let's stop calling Asian people Asian, because you're watering down Chinese people. Which is, would you like a free copy of the book? Rate it 5 stars and you'll get a rebate. This is how to sell 1.0 book. Every time you ask a question, it's theoretical and emotional. And that's how you are with money. Like, I'm talking about 3 books, 1 you, and you just go right into theory for, theoretically, you don't even have to worry about that. Based on your questions, you're never getting to 1,000 1,000s. You might get to 13 1,000s, which is $13,000. How much money is 1,000 1,000s? How much money is that? Because every time you talk, every time you post a comment here on YouTube, it's theoretical. And I'm giving you the theorem. Or do you not know the difference between theory and theorem? Is this not the vagina whisperer? Because theory and theorem, it's change 1 letter and change your gender. And I'm not talking about changing your gender as a man going to dominate NCAA women's tennis. Although I could return a Serena Williams serve without their permission. Alexis Ohanian, spouse. Who serves a tennis ball faster? Alexis Ohanian's wife or Larry Chang? Who serves a tennis ball faster? The tennis ball actually needs to be in. the box. You can't just serve it 200 miles an hour and then it's nowhere in the box. Who serves a tennis? Larry Chang or Serena Williams? Venus Williams. I get them mixed up just like all the fans, all the twins. Will you focus on one guy, 3 books? How much money is $1,000? $1,000. How much money is $1,000? $1,000. Raj, coming in, 1 word comment. Where have you been, dude? Somebody catch him up. Because we've been talking about $500 in boat gas. Oh, good job. Good job. Did you do one delivery? And then did you do one delivery? Since you're challenging me about how much money I've made, since my last chat, I've made $59. What about you, Larry? Me? I wanted to remove you as moderator. Yeah. I made $2.1 million. Do you know our mother scratching conversation? That's how much money I made. That's how much money I made. $2.1 million. What is going on with your brain right now? What did we last talk about? So, okay. So this is what we're doing. This is me catching you up. You're fucking welcome. So, we're not putting a flower or a football into your vagina. I'm asking you the question, and then you went silent for 50 minutes, which is, what book do you own physical form that's nonfiction? What book do you own that's a physical book? And it's okay if you don't own any books. Because remember, we're getting $500 in gas. This is the first time I aced it. I've tried to say it correctly 11 times. Okay, good. So this is what you're gonna do. You're welcome. You're doing a book. Pick off the top of your head, Becoming Supernatural, or pick Limitless. That's right, the gas money isn't gonna earn itself. Uh-oh, did you do chemical for your brain? Because the way that you're talking right now is different. That's okay. I'm not gonna judge you because you're self-medicating. You actually want to become drug-free and chemical-free. Pick a book. Limitless, or pick a book. Limitless by Jim Quick, or pick a book, Joe Dispenza, Becoming Supernatural. Pick a book. Which one of the 2 books speaks to you? Because remember, Raj, we're turning you around day 57 connected to day 27 connected to day 70. We're still on segment number 7. We're still on segment number 7. You say that, but I don't think you're going to take any action on that, Doug Dees, Carlos. You say that, but I don't believe you. I mean, are you going to take any action on that? You need to start forcing yourself to do stuff. Remember, I bought this book because a guy was hitting on my girl for date number 1. That's why I met that book. Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question. And when you say docs, you're using low socioeconomic language. You not answering this question is kind of like talking to women who refuse to be accountable or answer questions, which is pick one of the books. Pick one of the books. Pick one of the books. Limitless or Becoming Supernatural. Pick. Pick, 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 pick. You not picking is perfectly on brand because I think because of your vape or the drugs you took, oral, that now you're a different person. Do you notice how they're two different people? One person was before he left, and one person came back kinda resigned. It's like you swallowed 9 black pills when you made that $57. Have you said thank you in the time that you've been back? Not thankful. Apotaco of Apotaco. Opposite taco. This is the egregious nature of why crabs in a pot, not only other crabs in the pot, but certain comfort in the misery of sleeping in your car. Because it feels like you've got control. This makes you off balance. This also connects to your inner child hurt self because you're like, hey, is this guy who's younger than me my daddy? Because I'm sounding like the father that you never had. This is just a monologue. This is just vagina whisperer. This is you getting life advice, which is financial advice, from a stand-up comedian who's currently running circles around your brain. Don't get stressed. Don't be stressed. Just get 3 starfish. Okay. Not that anyone's listening, but you know what? Oh no, that's not true. As soon as you say that, thank you, right on cue. It turns out most people of certain ethnicities have 0 father. So this is 2 girls, 1 book. which is chapter 1, what happens when we don't have a father. This is chapter 1, sins of the father. The rebellious nature of you, I don't care that you're rebelling against all of it, which is 1, Larry, you're wrong. That was in parentheses. Quote, everyone has a father. Larry, you're wrong. Quote, I just want land I can sustain indefinitely. End quote. Somebody doesn't understand how property tax works. The government owns everything. Larry, you're wrong. In parentheses. Quote, how about 0 girls, 0 books? By saying that Larry is wrong doesn't make me wrong. It's just when you add the chemical to your brain, the opiate causes you to not adopt a pliable brain. You see, before your brain was incredibly pliable, this isn't even a conversation, this is a monologue. And you being the opposite of pliable because you're being, and that's okay, because you're not saying, Larry, you're wrong. You're being stubborn for something where your plan was laid out. Let me talk to the earlier version of you. Do you see how this is Vagina Whisperer for the 390th time inside of a video that's 259 minutes, which is this. By having a goal, I want land. By having a goal, I want to meet 2 girls that I sell 1 book for $500, which is chapter 12, the pineal gland, which is women are going to see the fact that you're DG, damaged goods. And everybody loves a comeback story. This is why I do turnarounds. This is segment number 5 from yesterday, Larry the Starfish, doing a turnaround. Turnaround, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital, deeply understanding FICO scores, doing a turnaround. Because once we see the full circle nature of Larry the Starfish, yeah. This is why having a group helps. This is why vagina whispering in a group helps. Because I'm not unhinged, I am fulcrumed. You see, you use the word which is unhinge, which is Hinge, the dating app. What you're not seeing is fulcrum. You see, your money, it hinges upon a door. Sometimes your delivery door opens, other times your delivery door is closing. Some deliveries don't go very well. That's why you use the word unhinged, where you said Larry Chang is unhinged. What you're not seeing, because you think what I'm saying hinges on something is you're not seeing a fulcrum, Fulcrum. A hinge, it can go two ways. A fulcrum is undeniable. This is how I fulcrumed my IQ of 88 to become the #1 smartest person in Silicon Valley. Think about that. I have an IQ of 88. I say retarded stuff all the time, okay? But guess what? I said to myself, I've met people who went to Yale and MIT before, and I see that they have problems. If I solve Yale and MIT's problems, I'm going to seem smarter. I'm going to be smarter. When did I deal with Yale and MIT problems? At home, because my mother went to Yale for a PhD, my dad PhD'd MIT. So this isn't my first rodeo of dealing with brilliant people that are making me feel like a retard, having an IQ of 88. How many versions of fuck you money do you have, VC, venture capitalist? They had one, maybe two versions. You see, Eskimos. I'm not talking about my Eskimo brother, Musk. I'm talking about Eskimos like the people that live in Alaska. You see, it is not unhinged to know that Eskimos have 17 words for snow. Why do Eskimos have so many words for snow? It's because as an Eskimo brother, I need to know the version of Eskimo brother. I need to know the 17 versions of vagina as pussy magnet, which is why I am the vagina whisperer. 17 words for snow. Is the snow mushy? Is the snow wet? Is the snow fluffy? Is this yellow snow because it's lemonade? Or is this yellow snow because somebody peed in it? I'm thinking about eating it. Is this lemonade snow? Is this shaved ice? I'm gonna need 17 words for snow. You need all these words for snow so that way we as Eskimos don't die when you said it was snow, and I'm thinking, oh, it was snow, and there's a bunch of versions of it. If you tell me the wrong version, I'm gonna die. Well, it turns out money, look at the ways that you guys use the word money in the non-billionaire dollar range. You use money the way that Floridians use the word snow, which is you've never seen snow before. And then when you see it, you're like, oh my God, snow. That's you, the VC, who's thinking that you're rich because you have a venture capital fund, yet you have school debt. This is 638 more versions of fuck you money, which is I can make more millionaires on one YouTube live than 10 venture capital funds. Do you see why it sounds like I'm crazy, but it's true? It sounds like it's crazy. That sounds crazy. See, it's not being unhinged because the new version of you, I don't like it, but guess what? I'm gonna pray your chemical away, I'm gonna pray your poorness away, and I'm gonna pray your neurodivergence away. At least you're not a pansexual neurodivergent. At least you're calling me unhinged. Because you see, I'm fulcruming, I'm leveraging, and maybe you don't understand inside leverage. Maybe you don't understand outside leverage. Me, I'm listening to these football terms saying, you don't mean inside leverage, you mean inside hinge, you mean outside hinge. Did this video just make it into ESPN's Super Bowl? It did. Because when cornerbacks are playing against quarterbacks, offense, quarterback, defense, cornerback, when the cornerback is saying, I don't have inside leverage, they really mean I don't have inside hinge, meaning your hips act like a hinge, your leverage is a fulcrum. Did I just explain to DBU, which is Defensive Back University? You came back a new person. The new version of you has a lot more confidence at that. But all that confidence, it's hurting your pliability. It's okay that you don't want to go to Santa Clara, and it's okay that you're skipping out on the boat gas. It's okay because you're mentally helping me. I'm not your mentor. You called me unhinged. Do you see why when I get compliments, I don't shine? Compliments, they depress me a little bit. You calling me unhinged caused me to reroute that fuck you energy into some fuck you money for me, inside leverage, outside leverage. It's actually inside hinge, outside hinge. Do you guys know about inside leverage, outside leverage? It's where your hips are hinging. That's inside leverage, outside leverage. Thank you for being my mentor. I'll see you later. Do you guys see how hard it is to read people? But it's so easy. After the break, somebody came back chemically enhanced and didn't say, oh no, I didn't vape. Didn't say, oh no, I didn't chemically change. They just said, I made $57 and never addressed, hey, what kind of chemical did you just add to your brain? You see, this is how our brains get stuck. Did you just dock somebody? It's called accountability. It's called, what if you became chemical free and used chapter 12, becoming supernatural, to be chemical free? Do you see how we can't help but reveal who we are in the questions that we ask? We can't help it. I knew it. I was right. So the reason that you're smoking weed all the time is that sometimes it affects you differently. And when you're constantly being high, when you're constantly in a state of altered mindset, that's the system controlling you because you're high all the time. And when you're trying to learn new things, being high affects it because there's ebbs and flows, there's highs and lows. Oh, we want to be completely chemical free. No tobacco, no alcohol, almost no caffeine. This is why Mormon people are ducking rich. Criticize Mormon people for making up shit that wasn't in the Bible. Criticize Mormon people for Mormon girls being super hot. But you can't criticize Mormon people for the genius thing of no chemical going to your brain. Is nicotine bad for you? Well, good thing I stopped yesterday. All right. You guys have been very patient. You guys are really good at paying attention. Let me give to you something. This works every time, 130% of the time. I'm not exaggerating, but this is me underselling it. This works every time, 100.0% of the time. It's called One Guy, One Book. Cowboy hat optional. One Guy, 3 books. Brady Shih Tzu optional. One Guy, 3 books. Larry, how does this work every time? People can't help it. They're gonna talk to you. They can't help it. They've just never met a person who knew how to read a book. They can't help it. Let's make some money from it. Let's make some money. Limitless. Any book. Pick one of the 3. Text message me. Three Kings. That's the movie I'm in with Clooney. 3 books. 4 Steps to the Epiphany. Steve Blank. Dan Olson, Product Management. Joe Dispenza, Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself. Joe Dispenza, Becoming Supernatural. You see, the wagon wheels came off when I'm like, hey, read a book. Hey, this is going to be done with a book. Because it was land. It's like that Collateral movie where that person had a dream to do something that was very black pill, which is, I just want to get high on my land and I don't want to talk to anybody. Currently, I live in my car and I can't read a book. I don't want to order a book. I don't want $500 in gas money. I'm surprised that before paying me $2.1 million, after getting paid $2.3 million was yes. So there's still hope. This is gonna work 100% of the time. Also, it was go to somewhere in Tucson, specifically the Gamma Phi Beta house, Joe Dispenza, selling a $800 book to Gamma Phi Beta. This video is still on segment number 7. Vagina whispering, segment 7. You go to a coffee shop with 3 books. Supernatural. All the questions are going to be routed into 2 chapters. Chapter 12, Chapter 11, Chapter 8. I know I said 2 chapters, but let's just work with 3. Why? Because every question is going to be answered by one of those 3 chapters. Also, this is the kicker, is women see this book, Becoming Supernatural, and they think, I want to go to that Joe Dispenza $9,000 workshop. Did you already go to that $9,000 workshop? Because that workshop covered 240 pages because it's a 9-day workshop. Each day, Joe Dispenza reads to you 20 to 35 pages with practical exercises like meditation. Meditation, that would be chapter 6, chapter 7, chapter 8 of Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself. This is The Science of You, chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stepping Towards a New Destiny, Maybe Don't Smoke So Much Pot, is chapter 9 through 14. Chapter 11, Pruning Away Your Old Self. Chapter 11, Pruning Away Your Old Self. Chapter 11 of Becoming Supernatural, Time, Space, Space, Time. This is Vagina Whisperer, Bending Time. This is Vagina Whisperer. This isn't Unhinged. This is the opposite of Black Pill. This is the Blue Pill, which allows me to talk to people that don't understand red pill stuff, don't understand orange pill stuff, and are completely Pollyanna. The government can be my daddy. I don't argue with that. I don't argue with that. In the same way that I'm not arguing when you're wanting to just be high and hope for a place that is land in the future. I'm not arguing with that. That's the blue pill. Wait a minute. You know all these things. How are you still blue pill? Because that's double orange pill. That's double orange pill, which is back to being the blue pill. Groypers. We don't want to just tell people, oh, we're a fan of Nick Fuentes because he's got stuff that is quarter true, quarter baked. Not quarter backed, but you want to hide the fact that you're a groyper. I'm now understanding why people on YouTube have a mask. Because my IRL networking, everybody's wearing a mask. My mask is, I'm going to make a new mask, which is why I'm so good at doing turnarounds. When I'm saying, hey, your dad could have done a better job sticking around, you then say, everybody has a dad. Because the people that say everybody has a dad had a dad in biology only. No financial resources, no emotional stability, no time, delayed gratification. Why? Because your biological father would way rather spend resources on new vagina versus allocating time, treasure, and attention towards an existing project that he started, aka a baby that he made with your mom. We are a nation of people that don't have a strong father figure. Me, I'm not going to be your daddy. Me, I'm going to be the Vagina Whisperer. Me, I'm going to not Hinge. I'm not going to Tinder. I'm going to Bumble my way into becoming Bumble best friends with you. Hashtag LABCS 1469. Whitney Wolf's Company. You see, when you're a unicorn, but your stock drops 98%, we're in trouble. You're a hot blonde with a company that's no longer a unicorn. Do you know how embarrassing that is? You're a billionaire in cash only. Your company has dropped 95%, 96%, 98%. Am I going to slap 2 stuffed animals on it where you and I become Bumble BFFs? Yeah. Because I'm going to turn around Bumble while I turn around a restaurant by stenciling in some Bumblebee stuff. Let's do it at New York Fashion Week. This is not my first rodeo, this being the Super Bowl. Because you see, New York Fashion Week, it's a Super Bowl for fashion. Are we going to be Bumble best friends? We are. Why? Because Whitney Wolf, hot blonde, her company's stock has dropped 90+%. It might even be 99% down right now. Why? Kind of like Tommy Bahama, segment 1, yesterday's video. Let's sell one sofa for $145,000. Bumble. What did you want to do when you started Bumble? Oh, I wanted to help people get married. I wanted to do a dating app. You own a dating app right now where people don't get to first base. You own a dating app where people don't date on your dating app. People don't date. You have a dating app and people don't date. Is there a wonder that you're going bankrupt? Did you just understand everything just now? Because I had to whip out some stuffed animals? Everybody's got a dad, Larry. Unhinged, fully leveraged. Do you know the difference between leverage and hinging? It turns out this is my Super Bowl keynote. Larry, what are you doing here at the Super Bowl? Are you a personality? Larry, what are you doing at the Super Bowl? Is that your book, Becoming Supernatural? Larry, I see you at every Super Bowl. You know everybody. Are you a dog handler? These are all legit questions that were realistically asked. What am I doing at this year's Super Bowl? I'm explaining cornerbacks to quarterbacks. You see, I'm getting ready to quarterback an NFL team because I've almost watched 1.0 football game. And I'm pretty smart, right? Smartest person in Silicon Valley. I think, and plus remember, maybe you don't know, you do know, I mentored Tom Brady. So then people are asking, Larry, why don't you quarterback? I think I can because I watch it on TV. It seems super easy. It seems pretty easy to me. Now I'm going to need to be an analyst. What am I going to analyze? Larry, what do you know about football that other people don't know? Did you even play? Well, I played in gym class, plus I watch on TV, plus I'm using Web 12 for quarterback. You see, I got told that I'm unhinged, but it turns out that's the word I'm looking for, because every time I hear inside leverage, outside leverage, I laugh. Because inside leverage is actually inaccurate. You see, cornerbacks play defense. Wide receivers play offense. As a cornerback, you got to run backwards. And if your hips are flipped incorrectly, you lose leverage. But you actually don't lose leverage, you lose hinge. That one thing is going to get me to be a keynote speaker for Defensive Back University, aka DBU. Because your terminology is incorrect. When I showed up in Silicon Valley, they only had one version for fuck you money. This is, I heard you use leverage improperly. Leverage is where you borrow money against a fulcrum that is fake shit, because collateral default, rope to choke, lecture 11, hashtag StramGT 353. Solving Silicon Valley's problems. Football. All y'all have a problem. You don't know the difference between a lever and a hinge. That right there is a viral article for the smartest of the smart defensive coordinators. The first person I'm going to sell this to for $800, Wade Phillips. Who's Wade Phillips? It's Bum Phillips' kid. His name is Wade, W-A-D-E. StramGT, Strategic Management 353, lecture. Loser quiz, what is that called? What is that called? Trivia. We don't have to do loser trivia, okay? Because Walter Payton's 45th birthday was 2 days ago. Number 1, baby. That's 1 through 5. Walter Payton. Walter Payton, year 7. Walter Payton, year 6. Those are the top 5 running backs. Inside leverage, inside hinge, outside hinge. You see, language, Jewish people, this is a JBA. We as Jewish people, we're really good at language. Coming up with words like racism, coming up with words like all the words. The word in football that is currently being used inaccurately is leverage, because the hips can't lever. The hips can only hinge. Thank you for being my mentor. Thank you for being my mentor. And your weed, your CBD, your vape, it's causing you to get a confidence to be like, I don't need this guy. This guy is just a rich guy with a dad who gave him money. My dad didn't give me money. I don't even have a dad. The complexity that you don't realize is that's why people don't get a mentor. Because I will not be your first mentor. I'll do a turnaround, but I'm your starter mentor. I'm just a specific guy, AKA the third institution of Silicon Valley, being your starter mentor, telling you the 2 to 5 books to read and specific page numbers. Think of me as Waze. Think of me as turn-by-turn instructions as I help. You see, in Silicon Valley, we're still on James Bond. James Bond wears a $40,000 Brioni tuxedo. Maybe it's only $4,000, but it's definitely expensive like a car. Brioni tuxedo. Problem. When dudes wear a Brioni tuxedo, it's hard to tell what the Brioni tuxedo is versus all the other tuxedos that only cost $150 to $3,000. True story, it's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell. And that's from a New York Fashion Week douchebag on their 20th New York Fashion Week. Because this is our travel schedule. This is our travel schedule for January, which is January 26th, Miami, D1 football national championship, taking a plane from Miami direct to San Francisco in preparation for the Super Bowl, which you could have used to buy that 200K worth of land, but you got distracted and you CBD'd a little too hard. Yeah, you could try to say I'm your mentor, like it or not, but until you get one mentee and get one viable success, no one's your mentor because you're not even a person. That's default NPC. This is Brioni Tuxedo. You see, that Waze jacket, that's worth more and that looks better than a Brioni tuxedo. Do you want to see it again? It's an original. Not billionaires who work here have this. Look, this is original. Why did I get it? I got it because the CEO, a fellow Jew, goes, I hear they're the person running dangerously low on green tea. Larry, I hear you're the person to talk to about winning South by Southwest. Yeah, I am. How much is it going to cost for us to win South by? And remember, I'm in an office in Waze. I'm in an office inside of Waze. And Noam's coming to me, not even telling me to do stuff. He's coming to ask me, okay, why don't you just tell me to do shit? Like, Larry, go win Waze, go win South by with Waze, go win. He's asking me, and there's nothing more scary than a Jewish guy being a little too complimentary and a little too nice. Remember, compliments, they kind of creep me out a little bit. Gifts don't creep me out, but then gift giving is hard. Larry, are you the person to talk to about winning South by? I guess that would be me. How much is it going to cost, Larry, for us to win South by? I'm like, $0, but I didn't say that. I'm like, I don't know. What do you think it's going to cost to win? He's like, I don't know. For me, kind of a lot. But for you, I bet it would cost $2,000. Like, you giant lowballer, $2,000? I'm like, I'm not going to be like, hey, you're lowballing me because I'm officing in a Waze. I'm going to sell your poverty company for $5 billion. I'm going to make $250 million. It's going to take me 2 days to sell your company for $5 billion. I'm making $250 million. I'm officing as a VC. I'm officing in your office, okay? You can lowball away. You could have said $1,500. Noam, we'll call him Noam because he's the CEO. He goes, $2,000? I'm like, does that include flight and hotel? And he's like, Miha, I got Miha the fucking intern and a stuffed animal. I got a duck. Oh, and I got car chargers, car mounts, dashboard mounts. So each dashboard mount cost $1. You know those dashboard mounts? It's got a suction cup and it sticks to the windshield, and then you could put your phone on there. They cost $1. So it was a box of $1 car mounts, a stuffed animal duck I already had. Oh, and I got 7 Kermit the Frogs. Don't ask me why. Well, if you do ask me why, it's because we were doing Frogger for crossing the street. Get it? It's Waze, navigating traffic. So you're doing Frogger, avoid frogs, or get to the other side of the street. Frogger, before your time. That's how we won South by, and we won it basically 3 months before, because Anthony Ha is going to write about it at TechCrunch. I already got Anthony Ha to moderate the reverse VC panel at Stanford. So Anthony Ha went from VentureBeat to TechCrunch. He went from not being at Stanford to moderating a panel at Stanford called the Reverse VC Pitch. Gets a new job at TechCrunch. I didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, I helped his career. And then Anthony Ha wrote Waze. We won South by. Or Waze. They won South by. That's me wrapping Vagina Whisperer by doing 3 books, 1 you, which is you read the books, you wait for people to ask questions, and then you charge people $800. If they don't want to pay you $800, that's okay. They can just buy the book and read it themselves. But most rich people, they don't want to do it that way because rich people, they have bigger problems. Rich people, they have a CPAP machine they're not using, page 42. Rich people, they've got a kid that they're an absentee dad for. Their kid hates them because when that kid was little, the dad was focused on making money. Now the kid's using drugs and alcohol as an opiate in the fact that the dad was never around. Now the kid hates the dad, and now the dad will pay anything to try to get the kid off of drugs. Sound familiar? Does sound familiar. Would you like a dollop of chapter 12? Would you like a dollop of chapter 12 in order for your brain to go chemical free? Oh, it's your kid's brain that needs to be chemical free? Cool. How much have you spent now to try to get your kid chemical free? Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Cool. Well, why don't you pay me $800K and I'll just read you chapter 12, the pineal gland. You like cocaine? Yeah, cool, okay. Turns out your brain actually makes cocaine on its own. Oh, my kid's addicted to heroin. Well, turns out that brown chemical release, chapter 12, again. You're welcome. You're welcome. You don't need to pay me that money. Just read chapter 12. This is what every rich person says, which is that meme, which is take my money. That meme, which is take my money. That meme, which is here's my money, take it. That's why you do 3 books, 1 you. And this is what you don't get when poor, is that poor people can't buy a $20 bill for $3. This costs $0. How many people sent me a $15 Starbucks gift card? 0. This is gratitude. This is being thankful. This is why gratitude is an abundance. I am thankful for you mentoring me because I learned more during this monologue from other people Hinge? This guy's unhinged. Thank you, because you don't know the difference between hinge and leverage. Oh my God. Leverage Hinge has a problem. I'm solving at Super Bowl. I'm solving that at Super Bowl. Who's the new keynote speaker who never played one down of being a defensive back? I might even get a job on a football team. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Is that why I'm wearing this cowboy hat? Because sports teams give me jobs? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this the NBA draft algorithm? Stanford. Mentor mentions per press interview. Fuck you, money. Meets. Hey, there are 13 dudes. All of them are 6'5". All of them run a 4.740, 4.9, 5'1", 5'7", 40. Can throw the football out of the stadium. Most athletic person you've ever met. There's 17 of them. Which one do you pick first? Which one do you pick first? Which one do you pick first? Nobody knows. Guess which one you know. Guess which one you know. Larry, is that how you met Kobe Bryant? Larry, this video is amazing. Do you not have to pee? I watched you drink so much green tea. Becoming Supernatural. So I heard that book title and I'm like, no way. No way does. No way. Just absolutely no way that this book can be any good. There's just no way. Because it checks all the boxes. These are the boxes that it checks. 1, it sounds super fruity. 2, it already does a breaking of a rule, which is you're over-promising, you're under-delivering. Becoming Supernatural. The cover's got a caduceus. It turns out the book is over the top, amazing. That's why you can't judge a book by its cover, which is, are you judging this book by its cover, which is the book cover of hashtag LABCS 1459, which is how astute are we going to be when it comes to live action business case study 1459? How sophisticated are we going to be? How rarefied, how in-depth is our analysis going to be? Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Cheng. Feng Li, Zhang Wang, Larry Cheng. The reason I chuckle is because this is hilarious on 3 levels of MNAV. M as in Mary, N as in Nancy, A Apple, V Victor. MNAV. Can you sell a $20 bill for $24? That would be an MNAV of 1.2. Can you sell a joke that sells itself? FF, Fund of Founders, selling 669 billion Bitcoin in the year 2120. The potential reality of MNAV 0.01. When we engage our brain to know the difference from the numerator to the denominator, engaging our brain, engaging history, engaging in the historical context. Larry, what came before hashtag LABCS 1459? What came before? That would be 3 live action business case studies, starting with Overstock, hashtag LABCS 1451, followed by GameStop, hashtag LABCS 1452. Can't stop, won't stop, Chang stop. The game stops with AMC, the movie theater company, AMC, hashtag LABCS 1453. Engage countermeasures. What kind of countermeasures are we engaging against? That would be companies and people that try to sell us short. Crab 1 of 1. 1 pot, 1 crab. This is segment 9. Crab 1 of 1. You see, crabs in a pot. Crabs in a pot. What happens with crabs in a pot? We pull each other back into the pot. We're never going to leave the pot. 1 pot, 1 crab. How are you going to get out? 1 pot, just you. Crab 1, you. You are your own worst enemy. Enemy. Who needs enemies when you are your own worst enemy?
Larry, does entropy play a role in the fact that we're stuck? Oh, yeah. Entropy and disorder. This isn't where I'm going to tell you to make your bed. This is where I tell you to organize one component of your life. One component. If you live out of a car, organize your glove box. If you live out of a van, organize one smidgen of your workspace. If you live in a house that you don't own, organize one public area. If you're homeless, organize the area by the dumpster. Propagate one positive thing. That's what you're trying to do by mitigating disorder. Crab one of one, you can map your way out of the pot. Sleep, inflammation, women's issues. The Vagina Whisperer, it solves all. Pooping 3 eggs per week. Does your starfish bleed once every 10 times you have a bowel movement? Winding down winds you up. 3, sleeping. Do you have sleep jealousy? Do you have horrible phone management? Do you use your alarm clock as a smartphone? Do you have inflammation? Inflammation. Are you obese? Conspiracy theory, no more seed oil. Inflammation, your face. Question, can you wake up energized? Question, do you think solving problems occurs during REM sleep? Question, do drugs to sleep work opposite of the way that they're supposed to? Let me repeat that. Do drugs to fall asleep work opposite the way they're supposed to? Do you know about Apotaco? That's where the eye drops that are meant to lubricate your eyes end up drying your eyes out. Practice the discipline, disciple question. During a fast, can you cook? I hope you enjoyed this video.